right, everybody, we're back. It's been over a month because I was away on vacation, like I said, which is going to be a little bit weird for some people since well, I'll get into it later. But the episode 11 coming out just came out today when we're recording this at the same time, so it's going to feel like no time passed essentially at that point. But yeah, as always, it's me, Marcos, and I'm joined by my co-host, Fatal Brace of Soul. How you doing, man?
Doing alright, and I can't believe you guys are getting a double feature this week.
Pretty much. The other one will come out, or rather, this one will come out sometime this week, but I'll try not to rush it since people just got one anyway.
Yeah.
Man. I was gonna say really quick though before I ask you about how I guess how your month's been, because it has just been that long. Yeah, really quick. Sorry guys about episode 11 being a month old, over a month old by now. Long story short, man, I hate Vegas, and man, I hate YouTube. Jesus Christ. I had a feeling something was gonna happen. It was gonna be one or the other, and it ended up being both in a way. So I'll explain. So YouTube uploads are really dumb now, because I remember I might be wrong on this actually, so I will take the L if I'm wrong. But I remember back in the day, there were times where you didn't have to stick around or like leave the entire tab open if you were going to upload something, and it would just process it on its own. But for some reason nowadays, you have to keep the tab open until it's like fully uploaded at like 100%. Mm-hmm. And the problem that happened was, I guess 100% wasn't good enough. So
that's
so
weird,
stupid, because I guess it's one of those things. This is the only thing I can assume that messed up the upload, is because I left the tab immediately when it hit 100, like probably 2 seconds after. But maybe there's like a weird hitch from going from uploading to processing where you still have to wait around a little bit, and maybe that's where it messed up, which is incredibly stupid. If you tell me 100%, I'm thinking, cool, I'm good to go and leave, right? But I guess not. So the upload messed up in that little section in between both of those processes, which I can't stand. But that messed up. And then to make things better, I'm officially stopping to use Vegas. I wanted to try to use Vegas again, thinking that, oh, okay, well, if it was a PC hardware issue, I could probably use Vegas now, right? But there's one thing that ticks me off too, is that I noticed that the episode didn't go up, or the uploading failed while I was on vacation, but I thought, oh, okay, I got my external hard drive with the actual episode's file, so I can just upload it again. Despite the shitty connection, I could still just, do it. But no, apparently, because Vegas kind of lied to me as well. It almost did the same issue as the YouTube thing, where I've noticed this with Vegas for a while too. I don't know if other people have this issue, and I need to look into it. Vegas with rendering, for some reason, I thought it was just a laptop issue, because I was just using, a low-spec laptop at the time. But even on this thing, it still does it, where I will render a file on Vegas, and I can go into the File Explorer and see that the full MP4 video file is done. It's completed, it's there, I can visually see it. But the render box, there's like a box that shows up that tells you like a progress bar.
Yep.
Gets to 100, it's completely done, but for some ungodly reason, the box doesn't go away for like, I must have been waiting like 30 minutes, and it just stuck there. Because you can toggle a check mark that says to close the box when the rendering is finished, and it just stuck there. And I waited a good while, but I was like, okay, at this point, I'm thinking the rendering just fucked up and froze when it was done, which, again, I don't understand why these things happen. I just get so unlucky. But again, that's not the first time that Vegas has done that, where it's like, okay, reaches 100, I'm waiting like 30 to 40 minutes, I'm like, can I close the program now? I'm seeing the files completed on the File Explorer, like, the actual files themselves are done. So then I close the program, and the file was still there, and I could still view the fully done episode and everything. No minutes were cut off or anything. And I was like, okay, cool. That was weird with the program, but I guess I got the file, so it doesn't matter. But then when I try to go to the external hard drive to upload it again, it says that the file's corrupted and it can't be opened. And I'm like, great. So I guess it was like temporary. And now, thanks to the rendering messing up or getting hitched at the end, I can't open that file anymore. It's so stupid. I don't understand what the deal with Vegas and rendering is. I need to look into that, because otherwise I'm just going to use another program for this episode.
I was gonna say, sorry, I didn't talk much during this part. Is I'm trying to process of how the hell does this happen,
dude?
man?
I wish it's literally as simple as oh man, reaches 100. Let me just stay here. Let me just not leave when my job is finished. I'm like, what the hell's going on with this program? If it's finished, finish, But I shit you not, I was waiting over 30 minutes and it did not stop. It stopped. The progress bar was full, but the program didn't say that it was officially done. So when it closed program, I guess it messed up the other files. But I'm like, why is it like this? It's Sony Vegas. This is supposed to be a program that people use, for several years now. It's a standard program. Why is it doing something like this? I need to look into it, because I'm like, this is just dumb. Rendering...
Yeah,
I'm all for rendering taking a while, but when it's done...
Yeah.
Don't mess with it. Jesus.
Yeah, it's... From my history is that, Vegas has been, always been, a weird issue for me as well, where... I actually remember I had, a... It was, a different problem where... a video actually took forever to render.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even finishing processing.
But see, that makes sense. At least that's a process that's still trying to be made that's taking forever. This makes less sense when it says it's complete, but it's just stalling for whatever reason.
Yeah. Yeah, basically the point is that Vegas is the weirdest editing program I've used.
Yeah, I need to find something else. I know you said Kden Live, but that was mainly for the laptop issue. But I need to see what's a good standard nowadays, because now I have the PC. I can just use whatever works best, or what's regarded as a good program. I need to look into it.
Yeah, but I would say at the moment you might as well use Kden Live.
Probably
until you find something else, right? So
yeah, I just have to re-download it on this PC. But yeah, long story short, sorry about that, guys. So it was a weird issue of YouTube uploading failing initially, and then when I wanted to go back into the initial file and upload it again, I couldn't, because then Vegas messed that up for me as well. So it was just a whole mess. Sorry it's a month late. There's still some good rambles in there. There's still some things that still haven't come out yet anyway, so some of the reactions are still good, or discussions. So it'd be like that. I just hate how I'm 2 for 2 for leaving before vacations and planning an episode, and then it's just, nope, you're gonna have to upload it when you come back. I'm like, man, what is this?
Thanks, YouTube in Vegas.
Come on. I wanted to leave people with something, and I just left you guys with nothing. I'm like, damn it. But yeah, to make up for it, we're still gonna keep the regular pace. We're gonna record an episode right now as we're doing, and put that out in about 2 to 3 days from now, probably. So, yeah. I guess with that out of the way, how was your month, man? When I was away on Puerto Rico?
All I can say is that it's been very weird, man. All right, so basically to retract is that obviously last week that we spent time together before he left was New Game Plus, and we'll tie into that pre Puerto Rico during your month.
Yeah.
And obviously gonna be playing some games, watching shows as always. And I will mention one thing that also did happen, which it's not gonna happen in New Stock or anything. I'll just explain it right here. So so how we had so many digital stream from game companies.
Yeah.
Lately this month.
Mm-hmm.
So we had New Game Plus, the EA thing, Ubisoft, etc., right?
Yeah.
And then there was one that Vex was asking me about, right? Where it's hey, Namco's hosting, this Play Anime live stream.
Right. Oh, I forgot about that.
yeah, I was like, oh, I didn't know this is a thing. So she's like, oh, we're gonna catch him. I'm like, yeah, sure. Let's catch this thing, right? And obviously, I was expecting like maybe like a little bit of news from Tails, or possibly like some other crazy stuff,
Yeah.
or something like that, right? Well, for Vex, like her priority is that I get my news for Digimon Survive.
If only.
And during like we watched the stream, and holy crap, dude, that was like the most horrible like stream I saw, because out of all like the streams like that everyone like saw, right?
Yeah.
Where Ubisoft was like whatever, right? EA, at least we got Skate, and New Game Plus we got like plenty of good stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that Play Anime Live was just nothing, man. Like the only thing like the only like we're repeating is hey, if you connect your Twitch account to your Namco account, you can get your free copy of Naruto Shinobi Strikers or whatever, right? And then
God.
like don't forget to like enter in the survey and get your get your anime loot box full of crappy stuff. They were just like repeating and repeating, and obviously like Vex like wasn't with me like physically, but I can imagine her like if she like sitting beside me, just slowly dying inside.
Good
And
God.
I'm just like witnessing like train wreck right there, because the only thing the only show was obviously the anime games that they were like they were like licensed, right?
Yeah.
Where obviously they were like, oh, reminder, Captain Boss is coming. I'm like, all right, cool. Please don't fuck it up. I need my Mario Strikers fill, please. And the rest of it were just like season passes for like there was like one for like One Piece, and then the other one was like for Naruto Shinobi Strikers, and that one is like the most hilarious season pass I ever seen, dude.
What happened?
So they say, so we have so we're gonna show off a new character for our season pass for Shinobi Strikers, and get hype, guys. And the character that they showed for the season pass was fucking Kakashi. Kakashi, out of all people, you would think would be in the base game.
I'm not gonna lie. Part of me was thinking like you were gonna say Goku. Oh my god.
You know what? I would have like laughed my ass off more with that, but literally just like me and Vex were just like laughing our ass off, being like, why would you put Kakashi as DLC like in a Naruto game?
Christ. Yeah, that's a yikes from me.
And then after that, they were like, oh, we have season 2 for Jump Force. I'm like, oh boy.
Everyone's excited for that.
Yep. And
God.
the only last part of the thing they only showed, right, was like was we have like a little bit of stuff about the upcoming Scarlet Nexus from the people that made like Code Vein.
Yeah.
And Tales of Vesperia. And all of it was just a Q&A, and that they put up a QR code where you can like scan with your phone and watch this like augmented like reality thing.
Christ.
Just to see, to get some sort of info about the game. And then I'm like, yeah, there's literally like was no new gameplay or anything. It was just discussing, what were like the ideas for making this game. And that's about it. And while like Vax, he was like making theories being like, they kept saying Tails. There has to be something about Tails.
Oh man.
Yeah. And just be glad like you missed that shit during your trip, dude.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you what I was doing on that day, but it sounds like I dodged a bullet when he DM'd me.
Yeah, dude. You've really like just like dodged it right there. So anyway, so obviously like I've been like playing some games, right? So checked out what you call it, Curse in the Moon 2.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good game. I would say like they definitely like did add definitely changed like a lot of things like compared to the first game. Mainly like the first game, and mainly it's like difficulty wise, where like the way they like structure levels, especially like when you get through the end of the game.
Yeah.
They actually made it like more challenging compared to the first one.
Hmm.
Because I know like the complaints from the first game was like it felt way too easy.
I could see that, but I don't know. For me, it was fine.
Yeah. I mean, for me, like it was just it was just like just a more forgiving like Castlevania 3, right? So
Yeah, and I was okay with that because Castlevania's hard as shit. So I'm like, oh, cool. It's for the casuals like me, you know. But damn.
Yeah, no, and what's more crazy is that like they actually added like another mode where if you want to make it like more Castlevania than ever,
Mm-hmm.
and it's very fun. Like for example, you got like against his back, obviously he's your Belmont with a sword, and then with the whip as a sub weapon, and then obviously we got like Dominic. With Dominic, who you may know from the previous Bloodstained game.
Yep.
And then we got Roberts, and then the good old Hachi, the Welsh Corgi.
God.
He's actually
Corgi
like
and a
one of
mech.
the.
I'm like, who came up with this?
I don't know who, man, but that's just like they just had to make like a Corgi and a mech. And then let's see, I also played like SpongeBob Rehydrated.
Nice.
And so far, it's been okay. The only thing I kind of regret is that like anyone that's planning to check out SpongeBob Rehydrated, buy on any platform that's not the Switch.
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't know which one you bought, but I had a feeling when you said like you regret, I was like, you probably got the Switch version because that is the one thing I heard is that it has some issues.
Yeah, like it has like the main issue is like I think a lot of people like you might have heard where like the button mapping is different compared to the other like versions.
Yeah, for some reason.
Yeah, it's like A is like jump, and then B is like your other thing, right? And then, and obviously like what else kind of kills it for me is that like seeing like the frame rate pacing issues. Like,
Man.
I'm not that like very sensitive to. I mean, I'm not like super sensitive when it comes to frame rate, but for this, it's a bit of an eyesore, especially like when I just want to have like a very fun, smooth platformer to play.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna wait till like I'll get like a sell for like the Steam version, and so I can just like play it more properly.
Yeah.
I made like at least some progress, like while trying to go through that frame rate and the extra pop-ins.
Man. Although, hey, unless you were going to say anything else about SpongeBob, so speaking of frame rate, I heard you got Deadly Premonition 2. How's that been going?
Oh, I was going to segue into that, actually. So, anyways, the Deadly Premonition 2, that's also a game I also got. Not surprised that like the game actually arrived like a few days like later than the launch release date.
Yeah.
I'm like whatever, right? So I booped the game. Got like the day one update, and then you know what? I think it was kind of like after dealing with SpongeBob, I'm like, you know what? I think I'm sort of okay with this because. Here's like when it comes to the weird things when it comes to like Deadly Premonition is that like no matter like which version you play, you always had to deal with at least one shitty aspect with it.
Yeah, from what I've heard. I've never played them, but I've always heard that, yeah.
Yeah, because for example, like the PS3 version, like that frame rate for that will like hit whenever like it rains. And then for the PC version, you had to deal with like crashes and bugs. Until you have to get like someone's mod called DP Fix. And then for this game, like yeah, there's obviously like really like weird frame rate issues. Like to the point where like I understand like why there's so many people that are like turned off by it. Like I
Yeah.
know, like recently they put like an update where they're actually putting like more updates to fix it. Because I know the man Swery is aware of the issue, like where they're trying to fix it like as much as they can.
Mm-hmm.
Which like besides like frame rate issues, right, where I know like everyone like we're making like meme posts where like someone like put a leak where deadly premonition is like 24 FPS, and the other responses is like, let's fucking go.
Yeah. I saw it and I was like, holy shit. I don't even know if they're memeing or they were just genuinely excited because they're like, oh, thank God it's not optimized.
They're like, thank God, like we have to like at least have a shitty aspect wait for this game.
They're like, man, this really is a sweary game. I'm like, what the fuck?
And yeah, it pretty much is though. Like, anyway, so besides like the frame rate issues, right? Like, obviously, the game, graphically wise, looks a lot better than the first game. Most because like they implemented like cell shading.
Yeah.
And of course, like the writing in the story is just very charming as always. Like, obviously, York, he is just like, your very weird dude that loves to like put it like who always, talks with Zach.
Yeah.
And always talk about movies, man. Like they always love to talk about movies, specifically, which scene, what part, who directed, and what year it came out.
Yeah, I saw a few clips here and there, not of like I don't think it was all from 2, but like I think Jim Sterling mentioned it in some of like his video. Like he made a video on like impressions. I was curious. But yeah, apparently that's a thing. They reference a hell of a lot of movies.
Yeah, that's like something like they did like since the first game. And obviously like the plot is like obviously super weird as always. Where like at this time like York Francis York Morgan, he's in Louisiana instead of in Washington. And obviously like it's like a very different setting, especially like where when you look at the map, right, where you're in this town called Le Carré, and literally what it means is it's just a big ass square. When you look at the map, it's just it's just a giant square.
That's it.
Yeah, and then the other part that also made me laugh so hard is so in the first game, right, where so you go around town and your main transportation is like a police car or someone else's car.
Yeah.
In the second game, so like you would think like like, oh, they might give him like a motorcycle, maybe like an ATV, something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But instead, this man chooses a fucking skateboard.
Christ.
He uses a skateboard thinking he's like Tony Hawk just to get around town. I'm like, bro. I'm like, I don't remember like how old you are like during like in 2005, but holy crap, dude! Out of all the transportations you can get around in this town, you just had to choose a skateboard of all things.
It's like a bike, nah, can't do that. Christ.
He just wants to be Tony Hawk, man, and I'm okay with it. Yeah, so like I did like some progress like here and there. I haven't like gone further. I'm gonna wait till like they get like all those patches in.
Yeah.
Until like I make like further progress to give like obviously like more of my final impressions like in further like in future TTSR episodes.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
And let's see. Yeah, so I played that, and the other game I also been playing like recently. So there was like the Steam sale, right?
Yeah.
And there was like one game that kept popping up on my recommendations. And this game was like Digimon Cyber Sleuth.
Oh, the complete collection?
Yes, the complete collection on Steam.
Man, I was tempted to get it, but I figured no. If I'm not gonna play it, this is the thing with like with Steam sales or anything, like for people in mind too, just like it's very easy to want to impulse buy. But for me, I always ask the question, am I going to play it in the next 4 months? You know, like, am I going to play it till, like, the next Steam seasonal sale happens? Probably not. And I'll be like, nah, you know. But, yeah, how good was, like, the discount on that?
Let's see. So for my pricing, it was like around. So it was like around like $39 in Canadian dollars, which is not too bad considering you're getting like 2 games like for the price of one.
Yeah.
And what's more crazy is that like I also did kind of kick myself where like later on where like GMG Agreement Gaming they were like selling it for like $20.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm like that's one hell of a deal right there for like 2 games.
That's definitely a thing that I gotta get used to, too, is, like, following, all these sites, right? Like, Real Gaming, CD Keys, and, like, Fanatical, and then I also gotta pay attention to Humble Bundles, and then Steam sales. I'm like, oh my god. And GOG sales. Like, there's so much to keep track of for PC
Yeah,
sales.
yeah, that's like I had to like follow like guys like Water64 or LBA Benz, who's like our Canadian equivalent of Water64.
Yeah.
And there's also like a cheap ass gamer to
Yep.
to spread like these deals.
And they help, but they can't post everything.
Yeah, they can only like post so much about like these certain deals. So anyway, like so I was looking at this game, right? So I had to ask one person who I know who is like the master of the series. Then I asked like and that person happens to be Vex, and I asked Vex. So
You
I
don't
kind of
say.
sort of know like what the series is, right? Would you recommend to someone like me to play this game? And he's like, yeah. I mean, you should probably check it out. I'm like, all right. I will spend 40 Canadian bucks on this and see how it goes. And dude, surprisingly, I'm having a good time with this game.
Nice.
Like, it's been like a good time, like a good while since I had fun with a monster collecting like style RPG.
I'd agree with that. It's been
Yeah,
over a decade for me, probably.
yeah, because like the only closest thing to that was like playing like a bunch of SMT.
Mm.
But that's like SMT, right? Where I'm just like mostly collecting demons and angels. Like this is coming from someone that's like who has been like stayed away from the Pokemon series for so long.
Yep.
And I'm like, I'm also check out like this other, this game from a series where I kind of know about, but not really.
I'm like that too. Like, if Vex hears this, she's gonna be like, "Oh my god, you guys just don't know a thing." I like, really quick, with Arcadis and Shin, I've been watching the new Digimon Adventure reboot anime that's been going around,
Yeah, I actually
and
have to like catch that soon.
it's been fine. I definitely don't like it as much as the original, but the main thing that I take away from it just that, man, like, I hear Arcadius, because Arcadius is also really into Digimon and knows a lot. I don't know, like, as much as Vex, but, like, still really into it. And he has these, like, discussions and saying, like, like, wow, they showed off this monster here? That's so early. And I'm like, yeah, sure, right? Like, I don't know a thing about these names. I don't know who, like, the ranks anywhere. Like, I've just completely forgotten the lore of Digimon, because I only watched it, way back in the day when I was younger. And I remember liking Tamers, but I haven't watched that in years either. But I couldn't tell you the name of barely any of those Digimon. Oh
Well,
man.
so I was gonna say like yeah, so I gotta like catch that series soon because I know like that's also another recommendation that Vex it told me to do. Where obviously I'm gonna watch it alone just to make sure I can have like a better enjoyment, right? But
Yeah.
yeah, I'm also like a person where like I kind of like here and there when it was like on YTV.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was like a difference between like I think 3 or 4 of the shows. Like yeah, 3 or 4 of the shows, and then I also caught like a glimpse of the Digimon movie as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, like the only thing I remember was there was an Agumon, and
That's about it.
yeah, there was an Agumon, there was a Gabumon, and a Birdmon, aka Biomon. So and plus they all like transform into like big ass creatures.
Yep.
So I went to like play this game, right? And yeah, so far like I'm having like fun with this game where obviously like the character art style like I definitely recognize. This like from the same dude that did the art for the did for the manga like Durarara. And I also noticed artists like also did the art for SMT, Devil Survivor way 1 and 2.
It's funny. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, is that related? Because I remember that style too when I looked at like box art for those games. Never played them.
It's the like the same artist. And funny enough is that in SMT like Devil Survivor 2 Overclock, where they actually like managed to get like the Durarara characters as DLC.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's like weird but crazy, but nah, it's cool. So I mean, I'm like I dig his like a style, right? He has like some weird like aesthetics with certain characters, but I'm like I can dig this, right? So basically, what you are, right, is that you're kind of like a detective. So you're like this kid who is like in this like so the best I can describe with like Digimon Cybersleuth is that it's like an RPG with like detective elements to it, and along with Battle Network. Like this game also reminded me a lot about Battle Network, like with its setting. Because you go from like real life Tokyo,
yeah,
and then you also like find like these like certain like stations where you connect into the Eden network, aka the internet. And they call it like connect jump, and I'm like tempted to say like time to jack it.
Pretty vibes. Oh man.
Yeah, and so far like it's been like a very comfy experience where like you have like a map like for the dungeons. The aesthetics is great, and also the music is fantastic too. Where Vex told me like the composer is actually the same composer that did the Danganronpa games. And yeah, like it took like a few songs to be like, yep, that is like a Danganronpa like sounding song right there. It's pretty great, and obviously like the combat is like turn based, like similar to Pokemon, except the cool thing is like you can do like 3v3. And the other like fun thing to do is that like the collecting like aspect of it is actually not too bad. Like how like in Pokemon where you gotta like catch him, or in the aspects of S&T where you gotta like do negotiations.
Yeah.
For this particular game, you just scan them. Like you just gotta like scan them until it hits like 100%, or 200% if you want like an extra beefy version of it.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. And once like you scanned them right, you go with this like visit this purple like hair lady to like you go to this certain station where you go to your digibank, and your digibank, that's where like you're able to like convert your scan into an actual Digimon. Yeah, okay. To put like into your team. And so far like I've collected like a bunch of mons. I also like digivolve them as well. And the cool part is that like you can digivolve them, or you can like digivolve them as well. So just in case like you digivolve them like by accident, you can always like roll back to it, even though you gotta like grind them again. Yeah. And speaking of XP, is that there's XP sharing like from the start in this.
But is it like actually like done properly, or?
So here's how I explain. So you got like 3 Digimons like in combat, right? And then you have like 6 Digimons in your reserves. So both the ones in your combat and in your reserves, they will like the ones in your reserve will still get the XP.
Okay.
Besides like the one that's in combat. And what's more crazy is that most of the Digimons have like their own like a certain like special unique traits, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thing is, I'm at the point where where actually Vex gave me like this certain like Digivolve recipe, right? Where I get this Digimon, right? I evolve this until I get like this platinum Poo-Poo-Mon, who is called Platsuka.
Okay.
And that thing, its unique trait just gives XP. And when you put the thing like in combat, it just gives like everyone, including reserve, just more hella XP.
Man.
I'm like, bro, that's like ridiculous. But I'm like, I'm not complaining because I'm just enjoying like this ride so far.
Pretty much.
And
I'd abuse that shit.
dude, it's actually really fun though, and it's gonna get like more ridiculous where, like again, like Vex also gave me the tip where like I have to like make a discern USB, equip it to that Digimon, and just get more and just be raining in XP. Yeah, and basically like the way it works, I was gonna say like so the other part of the game, right, where you're like a detective, right, and most of your quests are basically like cases. And those cases are on a whiteboard. I'm like, this shit looks like trails when you gotta do like those like a wave bracer like a request.
Okay.
Yeah, because you have like different ones where like there's like urgent, normal, or the ones that you're or a certain case that your Digimon like discovered, right?
Mm-hmm.
And most of these cases are like very weird as hell, man. Like they're actually very entertaining like to read. Like, there was, like, one where, like, I had to find, like, a quick job for this dude. And the job I was able to find for him is to, like, take pictures of Ghost. And then there was, like, another one where, like, it was, like, this guy who was, like, having problems with his phone, taking random pictures.
Yeah.
And then I had to, like, go inside into his phone, investigate what it is. And then it happens to be like a plant-based like Digimon that's like messing with his phone. And then this plant-based Digimon has like a crush for him. And then this dude reveals that he's playing for the other team.
Christ.
Like this is just like one hell of a game, and I'm just like on the first game. I'm not even got to the second game yet.
Yeah, and I heard from Arcade Ascension that they both actually like the second game more. So you got some stuff to look forward to, apparently.
Oh yeah, I know like Vex like has been telling me like some interesting stuff. Like they've been telling me to expect like interesting stuff when I get to the second game. It's hella fun though, like, and it's, plus I'm starting to get more familiar like with most of these mons, right? Where obviously like, I got myself what is like a Terriermon that evolved into a big ass Chungus with like Barrett's like gun arms.
Yeah, boy. Man,
it's a good design.
was actually my favorite, so I at least remember Terriermon.
Yeah, for me, like Guilmon, he's also like he's also started to grow on me as well. Where he's also like a very big, thick boy, like at this point. And yeah, like I just collected just like a bunch of other ones. Like it's crazy. Like I can list them all, but that would like take like all day.
Pretty much.
And at this point, like I showed like a Vax like my list, right? And she's like, yeah, like you probably would be into the Digimon Tamers. So I'm like, yeah, I'm like, yeah, I'm probably gonna have to like catch that show as well.
It's widely considered the best one.
Yeah, that's like what I've been told.
Like that one for me, at least from what I remember, that was when it surpassed like Pokemon for me in pretty much every way in terms of storytelling. It's the writing in that, at least that season, I can vouch for 100%, is really good and better than what your expectations would be for a kid's show. So it's just really good. It just holds up, even if you watch it at an older age. A lot of those plot points hold up.
Oh yeah, like I'm at this point where I can't believe I've been sleeping on the series for so long.
Yeah.
And now I understand why people like everyone like has been loving the series like after all these years.
That's fun for me is that I always know, or rather knew it was good. It's just, I don't know when I'm ever gonna, like, rewatch or, like, get back in. It just never stuck with me too much, because like you said, it was very much like me, where I only watched it a little bit here and there. I could never keep up with it, because it was always, like, in the mornings. And for anybody who grows up in a religious family, as a kid, you're forced to go to Bible studies on Saturdays, and Saturdays are usually when all the good shit comes out for some reason around here, at least in the West.
Ooh.
Saturday mornings were, like, the prime time for, like, a lot of new kid shows. God. So I miss out on a lot.
Yeah, I think like over here, like over here in Canada, is that I think it was like shown during like weekdays on YTV.
Hmm.
So yeah, I think it was like during the weekdays, and I think both with during the weekdays, I think it was like after Pokemon or something like that.
Yeah.
But all I can say is that like having fun so far. Can't wait, to beat this game, get through the second game, and then potentially gonna just like show like the deal for this game.
Hopefully.
And let me shut off the phone for this. There we go. And anyway, so I've been watching me like some shows, right?
Yeah.
So I watched me, which is like it's like to like rewatch a show I haven't seen for like a long ass time, and that was Redwall.
You say Redwall?
Yeah, Redwall.
Hmm.
It was like it's like it's basically this cartoon based on this British novel that stars like these like anther animals, and the main character is like a mouse.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard of this.
Yeah, it's like like a cartoon that I believe it counts like it more over here than over there.
Yeah.
And best way I can describe is that it's like it takes place like in the Middle Ages, and pretty much where you have it stars like this mouse who is apparently like a chosen one from this previous hero who is also a mouse. And the mouse his name is like Matthias, right? And then this mouse, like this previous hero, like who's like in the scripture, is like giving out very clues. It's kind of like it's almost like a Zelda like show.
Yeah.
And it doesn't help that like the mouse wears like a green robe. Like he wears like green, just like Link. It'll like for example like he's obviously obviously the goal is like it's like between like good and evil, where like you have like this mouse like it was like a very entertaining villain where like so the good ones are called like the mice or the mouse, while the evil group are just rats. I'm like,
okay.
All right, interesting. I'm like, interesting, okay. So the leader like of the rats, right, where he has like an eye patch, a cloak, and I think my favorite part like of the design where like his tail, like the tail end of it, is a freaking blade, and he uses like his freaking tail like a whip.
God.
It's ridiculous, man. And then obviously you see like other like animals coming in, where you see like there's like honey badger, like this female honey badger who is like a grappler.
Okay.
Yeah, and then there's also like the squirrel, and then my favorite character is like this bunny character who is like crap, what's his face from who's like Inigo Montoya. Like Inigo Montoya, and what was the other one? Like it's then there was like again like a bunch of other characters, right?
Yeah.
I remember like I seen this like as a kid, like a long time ago when like it aired like on Canadian cable, and then watching it again like on YouTube, which bless to the person that I uploaded on YouTube, where it's definitely like a very interesting like show where like in a medieval setting, starring like there's like animals, and it's also it also gets pretty dark as well, where they actually mention death. They mention death, and you see like certain characters like die too as well. I'm like, wow, this show was a lot darker than I remember as a kid. And it's also like to the point where I'm like, it's just like a really great show though. Yeah. So obviously, like, I have not read like the novel that's like based on this, but I can imagine like being pretty decent, right?
Yeah. I'd say I'd check it out, but God knows I have way too much to say or be interested in already. I'm just like, oh god.
Yeah, there's like so many things to play and watch, man.
I'm like, I just have to accept that a point where it's like there are just things I'll never get to. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and you know what was more weird, man, is that like recently where like out of nowhere on my Twitter timeline, it's like someone posted like fan art of that show.
Wow, that's nuts.
Yes, with the caption "I am that is," which is like a very famous quote from the show.
Man.
And what was the other thing I watched? Oh yeah, definitely got caught up with. Been watching some more Kamen Rider, this time and catching up with 01. Because
Nice.
they were like making episodes because they were like on hiatus due to the current situation.
Mm-hmm.
And so far, I can tell like the show is like ending soon, due to the like what's been happening recently.
Yeah, so it's probably gonna end prematurely, I guess.
Yeah, because it's already like in the final arc. And I mean, so far, like, it's getting like interesting though. Like at least for something like for trying to end the show, and because obviously like you have because I can definitely tell like they're ending the show very soon, and I can tell like what happened to the production where like you don't see like certain scenes where you see like extras and stuff, you don't see them anymore. Because obviously, like, of the current situation.
Yeah.
And the only time where you see extras is only just, like, during flashbacks and stuff.
So, makes sense.
Yeah, so it's to the point where, like, you only see just the main key characters. Like, in these scenes only. Like, no one else. And so far, like, very... again, like I'm just like waiting to see how it ends before like another like a show pops up, which is like Kamen Rider Saber that comes out like in September.
Hopefully that one has a somewhat better time because we're still here.
Yep, and I can definitely tell how they're gonna cope with it. Right? Is that like I saw like the trailer for it because they had like I think like a big like conference or something, just to reveal like the new Kamen Rider show, and I can tell that like of a setting and everything where this certain Kamen Rider where the protagonist is a novelist, right? And like how in the previous shows where like for 01 it's AI, but it's still like based on animals, right? And then we had like a ghost, a gamer,
God,
a space rocket, an orange, and an oni, a vampire, just a bunch of other things, right? Including and of course like the most famous motif, the bugs, right?
Yeah.
So this time around, like they're using books. They're legitimately or like using books for this one. I'm like, you know what? I'm down with this. Let's wreck it with these books. And the best part is like these books that they're using are like based off fairy tales. Because I there was like a couple of them I could tell was like one of them was based off like Peter Pan, and then the other one was like Jack and the Beanstalk. And during that trailer, right, where obviously like, I saw the transformation and everything, there was like certain scenes where I can tell they were like in green screen in a CG environment.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's gonna be green screen and CGs for sure. Because
Yep,
the series has not been
that.
shy about doing it, but now they're probably gonna do it way more.
Yep, that's. I can definitely tell that's how they're gonna like cope of the production like in this current day situation.
Yep. But was
And
there
then
anything else that happened in your?
uh oh, I was gonna say like the last thing I will say is that um pretty much like we watched like we've been like reacting like I've been like reacting like stuff to this dude during like certain things including I also watched the I also forgot to mention I also watched like that Microsoft Xbox thing,
Yeah.
of which we'll get to that in the news section, and then finally the fans. It was like a recently like my computer fan like specifically like the friend fan crapped out recently, so I had to like learn how to like remove the friend case and replace that fan. And it wasn't like a too bad as much as I thought though. The only like a weird problem like I ran into is that when I started it up, the fan was like making like a grinding noise.
Yikes.
And I'm like, what the hell is going on, right? And then later on I learned is that I actually like put the fan way too close to the middle part. So what I had to do was like I had to like properly space it out
Okay.
while tightening the screws.
Yeah.
So after that, it's not doing any more grinding.
God, I'm gonna have to learn all that eventually.
Yeah, and then that's the thing is that like usually I would get like my friend to help me with this, but since what's happening right now, right? Yeah, I just had to like learn the shit like by force.
Yep.
And so that's enough of me though. Like, what's up with you? And I heard you went on a grand adventure.
God. Well, let me add another hour onto this podcast. No. I'll try to keep it brief. So, yeah, like you said, last stream we did was that whole New Game Plus Expo. And after that, pretty much, I think, yeah, on the same day, immediately after that whole thing, I was just packing my stuff, which, man, there are some things I wish I didn't pack. I packed, like, 2 pairs of jeans for, like, nothing. Because I guess my family thought that they might be going to, like, a church there or something, or, like, an event. But, man, I should have just brought nothing but shorts and sleeveless shirts, because that's pretty much... like, the majority of what I wore was just my t-shirts. I think I packed, like, 2 polo shirts, too, and I was like, never used them. Right? Because it's just so damn hot over there. Nobody cares. Everybody's out in their shorts and, like, sandals. Like, nobody cares. It's great. But, yeah. So, I mentioned that on the previous podcast, but yeah. Family decided to go to Puerto Rico, which I had my reservations about. I think we talked on the podcast last episode, where already the fact that it's during COVID is a horrendous idea. And I also knew, just because I know how my family works, is that they didn't have anything planned whatsoever. And lo and behold, they didn't have anything planned whatsoever. So the flight going there was fine. Met up with some family right away. But of course, whenever it comes to, like, doing vacations or, like, trips in general, it's always weird the first time, because usually you end up showing up, like, pretty late at night, so you can't even see anything on the highway or, like, the drive to where you're gonna stay for the remainder of the vacation. So didn't really get to see the family too much there, but it was cool to see some of them. I ended up actually going with my uncle, my only uncle that I have in Puerto Rico. Went on the car with him and my grandparents over to the rental house, and oh man, I don't really know how to structure all of this, so I guess I'll start with the rental house. Boy, what a piece of garbage.
Yes, I've been teased about like the horrors of this rental house.
So it's fine once you settle. It's fine. It's just you got to deal with the garbage that you were sent. So this is strictly between my mom and my sister planning it out with this person, like the owner of the house or the rental home. And I guess they decided on this, which for the price, I really don't think it was worth it. Long story short, I think it was like 1,500 for the month. So you expect something to be pretty damn good, right? For that price, it better be worth that money. Because you could get a cheaper like
Later.
Airbnb or something. Oh, what happened?
Oh, sorry. Just keep going.
Okay. You could get like a cheaper Airbnb or something. You know, you could find cheaper ways to stay in Puerto Rico. But I guess my mom insisted on that because she wanted to be close to Florida. And I don't mean Florida the state. I guess a little bit of a history lesson for some people. So, actually, how would you even pronounce, what is the English word for barrio? Do you know?
Wait, Badio, it's a town.
Okay. Because I thought it was like something else. But yeah, no. There's actually like some places that are kind of named after some places, which like trip me up for a bit. So there is like what family was called Barrio de Florida, which is like basically the town of Florida, but not the state. I know it's weird, but essentially the reason why she ended up sticking to that rental home was because it was close to Florida. That's where usually most of our family is. Also, apologies if a motorcycle gets picked up. I hear it, but I don't know if it got picked up. Anyway, so that's why she ended up settling on this rental house, which costed way too much. Like 1,500 for a month. You better expect it to be good. And it was horrendously underwhelming. The floor already was disappointing because like it's hard to explain without like a visual aid. I should have taken a picture of the floor, at least like show you or something in DMs. But for those who don't know, houses in Puerto Rico are built differently. It's a lot of concrete in general. It's not really, you're not really gonna find wooden floors or carpet floors. It's a lot of concrete with like hard tiles in between.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't need like a picture for this because I can tell you this, man, is that from going from like to both Mexico and El Salvador, that's the same structure, man. That's
Yeah,
what I call your typical like house structure in Latin America.
pretty much. And it's not even more so for that. It was just to show you like the gap of like concrete between tiles is actually pretty wide, wider than I expect. Because like sometimes it's like pretty small, separation between. But there was like large gaps, and I was like, I do not like this floor. I've like my grandmother's house in Puerto Rico has better tiling than this. So man, imagine the fun that I had trying to do exercise. I'll get into that later. There's a lot. So yeah, the flooring was already kind of crap. But that's fine. Whatever. Floor is a floor. But um, already on like the first night, there came problems, and even just with simple things, like we ended up getting Chinese food or something, because usually on the first night, you gotta order out for food. There's no way you're gonna make food, when you just get there. So we got Chinese food, whatever. We go to the dining table, that's in the living room, or like, a little bit off of the living room, but still like in the same big room. And the first problem, the light above the dining room table does not work. My stepdad even tried to change the light bulb, and it did not work. So I'm like, that's great. Dining room table with like no light directly underneath it. Thankfully we could just turn on like the living room light, which is close by, to at least illuminate the room enough. But I'm like, Jesus Christ, that's already one strike. The other great part is that apparently for a family of 4, hey, guess what? The fridge in that rental house doesn't work. So
Wow.
you wanna guess what they did, fam? Do you wanna just guess what they did to try to fix it? Take a wild guess. Just one.
One guess.
Take one guess.
I'm guessing they just like kicked the fridge.
No. They gave us a mini fridge.
What?
a fucking like college dorm basic ass mini fridge to hold
Dude,
like
well,
6 water bottles, and it can't freeze anything enough so that things like milk was getting spoiled and shit. Like nothing was lasting there. Literally on the second day, they basically went to Rent-A-Center and said, "Fuck it, we gotta rent a fridge." Like over $100 just to rent a fridge that this owner of the house didn't provide us because he gave us some bitch ass mini fridge. I'm like, what is this? Like, this is a fucking joke. Like, again, already 1,500, and then you're adding on like 100-ish. Sorry, I can't remember the exact price of like, you know, the rental of the fridge. Adding on top of that, I also had to order a cheap like 32-inch TCL TV because hey, guess what? There was no TV either. No TV, no fridge, right? Like, oh my god, dude, that's already 3 fucking strikes, but it gets even worse. Cause then
sweet Jesus, man.
I'm supposed to go to, there's like 3 separate rooms, right?
Yeah.
And I'm supposed to go into mine, and it's just a mattress with 2 pillows, which the pillows that I can't stand, like a personal gripe, they're like feather pillows. I hate those because sometimes when you rest on them, you will feel just a slight protrusion somewhere because like a feather's like edge is like popping out from the actual fabric. I don't know if you ever had to deal with those.
Yes. I actually have. That's like my second grandma's pillows. The worst part is that like they're like old feathers, so to the point where it feels like I'm sleeping on rocks, man.
Ugh. Yeah, I don't like feather pillows. But nonetheless gave me that. So I tried sleeping the one night, but I tried sleeping, being slightly stubborn, but not really. It's just that there was like too much we had to do, so I was like, okay, there's no way I'm gonna move the mattress over or anything, on the first night. So, first night I ended up sleeping with no air conditioner. Thankfully, they did provide a fan. There were like 2 box fans, so there was that. But it was not enough. Had an awful night's sleep. But good lord. Supposedly all 3 air conditioners were supposed to work, but of course the one in my room was the one that just did not work. So that was fun. The closet itself, they actually had like 2 there was like a closet in my room as well that was kind of like a sliding door closet. So it was like pretty spacious. Only problem is I had no confidence in putting any clothes up on hangers or anything because I saw rust and I saw dust in there that they did not fucking clean. So good job. I guess I'm sticking all my shit in the luggage and not taking it out unless I need to, right? Like the incompetence is just horrendous. Like for something that you're paying this much money for, like oh my god. And it gets even worse. Like for me personally, by the end of that, I had to just move my mattress, or not move my mattress. My grandfather apparently had an air mattress in his house that he's not like using, but they use it sometimes if they had like guests over. So we brought that over to the rental house and I used that instead, which worked for a while, but I'll get into like the last few days at that point. But I basically had to sleep in my sister's room as well. We had to like share the room. You know, a bed and a mattress was like the majority of like all that could fit in there. So that was the thing. Her closet was also horrendously dirty too. So it wasn't just one. Again, I don't know who's cleaning for that woman, but they ain't doing enough. They certainly ain't doing enough.
Holy shit, dude.
And like, dude, I wish I was kidding when it's like I don't like to exaggerate, but it's like the list just keeps piling on, but we're almost done. So, they also had a bit of a like pigeon problem. Long story short, birds would make nests near where the balconies are.
Okay.
Sometimes near the windows as well. So my parents, their room, they had to deal with the stench of that shit, which was awful.
Ooh.
They could literally hear the sound of the birds, like the baby birds, like in the nest. To the point where they can't even turn on the AC without having to hear that shit. And like my mom couldn't even get like a proper like good night's sleep sometimes because of that shit. To the point where they had to move their bed to the other side of the room, and I'm like, man, this is just stupid. Why are we paying for this? This house is a fucking joke, right? Like, I'm just being 100% real. Like, for the amount of money that they paid, it is not worth that amount of like stress and that amount of like actual work you got to do. They spent a day just cleaning up the house. I'm like, it's ridiculous. This is supposed to be vacation, right? Like, what are we doing here? And that's the main thing that I want to get at, is just that at the end of the day, when I rant about this shit, just take the sentence, it's supposed to be a vacation. Every time I'm just complaining about something. Because this vacation was like decent, but my god, it was far from what it could have been. This was like 40% good vacation, maybe 50 if I'm being generous. Because yeah, aside from all that, we ended up doing shopping after we got the rental fridge. Made do with what we had. We dealt with it. At least the washer and drying machine worked, thank god, because that's like the only thing that could make it worse. Oh yeah, not even a plunger in the house either. So we had to get a plunger.
No plunger.
At some point, a toilet got like, I guess like it wasn't spilling over, but it got like stopped at some point. So yeah, we had to get a plunger too. So I'm like, great. Oh my god, dude, it's so dumb, so dumb.
So like, how much like was this again?
I think they said they paid $1,500.
Dude, they got ripped off right there.
Got completely ripped off. That's what I was saying. Like they could have found like a better Airbnb, but because my mom wanted to be close to Florida, I guess that's what she settled with. And I'm like, man, that's not worth it. Would have driven 30 minutes to avoid this shit. God.
Yeah, dude. Like, at that point where if I had to like do a vacation, right, and literally like I know for example, like I know with my mom, whatever, right, is that like I know like for example, if my mom wanted to stay at a certain town, she always like always smart enough that we find like a nicer place to stay, like somewhere 30 minutes away, or so, right? Rather just risking like dealing with a crappy ass like hotel or Airbnb that's like around that area.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It wasn't even like an Airbnb, but it's like a rental house that I guess they like got into contact with, because one of our family members, I should explain that too. She works as security in that like almost like private area, more or less. So like I guess she like had a deal with them and like reduced the price a little bit. But I'm like, man, that's a fucking ripoff. I would have never taken that. I would have went for somewhere like that was cheaper and like maybe slightly farther away, but was like better. Oh, and obviously, does it need to go without saying no Wi-Fi, right? No Wi-Fi either, right? So,
yeah.
Of course.
So, yeah, I was gonna say like you're probably using like your SIM card over there, right?
What was the question?
You were using your SIM card over there, right?
Yeah. My sister and I, which man, I didn't know that there was like portable Wi-Fi solutions for like Puerto Rico or whatever that I could have done. I should have looked into that, but there was like so much to worry about in between, and I was like, still, if I wasn't like focused on trying to finish like Xenoblade, which I was really cutting it close, and trying to record a podcast before leaving, I would have looked into portable Wi-Fi a bit more, because maybe that could have been a solution we could have looked into. But ultimately we said, all right, let's just do like a unlimited data plan for like a month, and then switch back to our usual plan. But yeah, thankfully we had unlimited data on our phones, but it was still kind of rough. We had a little bit of hotspot data, along with that plan, but it wasn't like unlimited.
Yep.
I didn't even get to use mine aside from like trying to do the Maximus Cup on Tetris 99 for the Xenoblade theme, which I got, so I was like, okay, cool. But after that, because the TCL TV was also a Roku TV, my freaking stepdad kept bugging me like for 5 nights, asking me to use a hotspot to use Netflix for him. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I can't do my own shit in my room or like my sister's room. I can't just chill there. I have to stay in the living room because this man wants to watch some like. I'm a patient man, but at some point it's like, this is just abusive, bro. Like,
dude, like, I'm like, man, no offense to your stepdad, but
there are times when I really want to be a selfish asshole. Believe me, I want to.
I know,
but I just don't want to start more shit. And it's like, I get it, they're bored too, but fuck me, man. Sometimes I just want to lie in bed and call it a night. Like, chill for like an hour there. But it's like, nope, I guess I just gotta stay here in this living room. And the problem with my stepdad too is that, listen, like, I
Mm-hmm.
don't hate him or anything. Got some family issues, but who doesn't? But the thing that sucks about him too, when it comes to watching like stuff on Netflix, is that he's very much a no exposition, all action kind of guy. And I'm like, my dude, you're looking through Netflix for shit, and you like quit after you see like 10 minutes of people talking and not doing anything. I'm like, well, this is gonna be great. At that point, I just like fucked off and said, all right, let me just keep looking at my phone. You look at the TV and do whatever you want. I don't give a shit. Because like it's very hard to try to tell them anything good or recommend anything, which I didn't even, because I already knew beforehand. But I was like, oh my god, this is some like impulse shit or like very short attention span sort of thing, right? Where it's just like he just wants all action all the time. I'm like, god damn. And there are people like that for sure, but I feel like he's in the wrong place for that.
Yeah, and I was gonna say
Considering with
like
Netflix, a lot of stuff is series. Series are
yeah,
going to have exposition, you know?
yeah. No, I was gonna say like the part like where like you said that like was like asking for data, right?
Yeah, and I told him it has a limit, but he just kept using it. I was like, great, I didn't get to use a hotspot for anything, you know?
Like, dude, there was a time like where like I was in Mexico where I actually had to like argue with just like with my stamp and right from Halifax. Where I told her, is like, you know what, I'll pay for this internet plan for a week, for for the couple weeks, right?
Yeah.
It's like, no, like I want to get the cheapest plan. I'm like, you don't know what's gonna happen if we get the cheapest plan,
Man.
and of course, like she didn't even listen to me and just like you just go with the cheapest plan, and then she tries, to coincidentally try to watch Netflix on that thing. I'm like, well, guess what happens if we pay for the cheapest plan? No one can see anything besides
Yep.
only one person.
God, and this is what I feel that frustration so much because like my family just doesn't understand technology unless it's my sister, and my sister hogged all her hotspot for her writing and shit. So I'm like, all right, cool. Uh, I guess you have yours.
Yeah, and I think like that was also like the same day where like I also regret of like not buying a cheap SIM card in Mexico,
mm,
just in case like that cheap internet plan like would happen,
yeah,
because we just like because I don't know how much it was though, but man, like it kind of frustrates me when like this internet company that we were at, right, has like an advertisement that says we have the best internet in all of fucking Yucatan.
oh man,
Oh jeez, like, but no, like
yeah,
that part, like where you have like one hotspot data that's like taken over your dad, and then the other by your sister. I'm like, damn, dude,
yeah, because
you
that's
ain't
like it was
bitching.
one for each phone. So for her, it's like, all right, you got to use all yours on your own, cool. I didn't
Yeah,
get to do anything, but it doesn't. As frustrating as it is, it didn't bug me that I wasn't gonna have the hotspot. To be fair, because you already know we downloaded a fuck ton of emulators and games. I mainly play video games. I'm used to living my life with just a TV with no cable and no internet for a majority of my life. Growing up like that. That's just how it was. And granted, like they did have Wi-Fi, but like it was a time when like I didn't grow up with like an actual computer, and most games or most systems didn't really have Wi-Fi accessibility at the time in like the mid 2000s. So that's just what I'm used to. I'm like, all right, that's fine. I just would have liked to use the hotspot for actual laptop stuff if I was going to consider doing that. That's also what would have messed up the YouTube upload in the first place, by the way, was that if it wasn't for not having the Vegas rendering file get messed up, it would have been that. It would have been having to rely on the hotspot and then it being fully throttled. Like, there was nothing I could do. So, yeah. So that was dumb. But, then of course I had to have the talk with them where it's like, listen, you do this every night, it's going to get throttled. Can't keep doing this. And then when it got throttled, then he finally had to learn and accept it. And then I also had to explain that, listen, you gotta pause to buffer videos if it's throttled. Had to have that talk. And he's looking at me like I'm some insane person. I'm like, dude, come on. You don't know what you're doing, I do, right? Like, don't give me that look. But yeah, that's like minor shit. Internet, whatever. I mainly went like this is the thing. Like I said, when it came to actual vacation, it was fine. It was nice to see family members, but I didn't really know what I wanted from this trip to begin with. Being fully 100% honest, because like I said, I knew they didn't have a plan. I had zero expectations as to what we were gonna do. I just knew we were gonna see family members, and that was about it. Um, and sure enough, that's pretty much what I got. And I love my family. There were some that we didn't get to see, despite me telling them that I wanted to see them. But hey, I'm it's just like that. But the thing that kind of ticked me off in general about the trip, because I don't want to go into like great detail, because otherwise we'd be here all day. So when I noticed this was going wrong was that on the first day they ended up spending it like buying groceries and stuff, understandably, except that had to like get the rental car and whatever. uh which, man, funny story about that rental car too. That's my stepdad's first experience with a car that only does Bluetooth for audio. I remember him having this baffling question to me, being like, where's the CD player on this thing? How can a car not have a CD player, right? Like that legit, not even exaggerating, like that legit conversation. I'm like, well, when did this come out? And he found out that it came out like in 2019. So it's pretty modern. So I had to show him how to pair the Bluetooth, or like, how to get on Spotify and pair it up with the radio. And then after that, it was no problem. But oh my god, it took a minute to try to explain to him how this stuff works.
Holy crap! So, dude, like, fuck. Funny story about that is, it was like the same shit with my friggin' like sister when she had to go on a short trip.
Yeah.
Like not too long ago, where she rented a car, and this car was also modern, by the way. And obviously she noticed that there was like screens in the back, and being like, oh, this must be like the DVD players, so her kids can watch like movies and stuff, right?
Yeah.
And she was trying to look for the DVD player, and then realized like, oh, it's like, oh, and she just couldn't see anything, right? And just realized, oh, it must be a thing where like you like connect your phone and just like play it like from your tablet or phone, right?
Yeah.
And then she asked me like during the day when she's about to leave to like download her movies. I'm like, you should have told me that like way earlier than that.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm like,
boy. Like, that's the thing. At least streaming audio isn't that bad. But, man, like, streaming videos? Nah, dude.
yes, I'm like, with audio is like whatever, right? Like, with movies, on the other hand, I'm like, I don't have much time, to like put the like in a USB or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, and it doesn't, and then and so what happens is that like she checks that thing twice, right? And she finds a disc slide for the goddamn DVDs.
Oh my god.
I'm like,
Christ.
I'm like, wow, can't believe we're gonna have to like deal like with this like arguing and stuff.
Yeah.
Just so like your kids, can be distracted during the drive.
Pretty much. That's the thing though. He figured it out once, and thank God it wasn't too bad. But yeah, like the Hotel was modern too. When I saw that, a lot of cars nowadays have like almost like the rear view or like parking like assistant like video that like plays, or not video, but like the camera that turns on whenever you're like about to park or like turn. I don't even know how it activates. I think it's just when you're like about to go into reverse, when I think about it. But yeah, it was pretty modern, so I got used to it. But God, that was just so dumb. But we went to a few places, but I noticed the problems start to arise with my grandparents, because grandparents are mainly the ones that wanted to go on this trip, and I knew it because they always have this phase where they just want to settle down in Puerto Rico because they're getting old, when it's this mentality of like they want to die in their, in their birthplace or their home, and I get that.
Yeah.
I really do. But I had a feeling this is going to be an issue with them because my grandfather, for little bit of context, he used to work in construction in his younger days. So that's what he knows. That's what he does. And every time we go on vacation or every time he goes back to his house in Puerto Rico, he immediately wants to fix it up. Especially since, for those people who don't know, there was like a massive hurricane that happened in Puerto Rico last year, I want to say. Late last year, I think it was when that hurricane happened. If you know about that, Soul. But
yes. I believe it was like either last year or 2 years ago.
yeah. So the house wasn't in complete shambles, but he could tell that there was work to be done. So he immediately went to it, and that's fine as long as it doesn't affect me, right? But hey, guess what? It did, because a lot of the times when we went out to the stores, my grandmother would always want to like tag along, and that's fine. I gotta stress again, it's fine. It's like but then they ended up having to go for like light bulb errands and like paint errands to like, because he's like now going to paint the house, and I'm just like, it came to a point where I'm just like, this is like, there are just days where they just went out shopping to do errands. That's not a vacation, like one or 2 days out of the vacation was like fine. If you had to do them, all right, do it. But I shit you not, man, like probably 10 out of 30 of those days, they were probably just going out to do errands. Maybe see a shop or two or go to a plaza, which was fine, for a little bit. But they generally stayed in the same few cities, or towns rather. And they didn't really deviate from that. And I noticed, like, pretty much within like 2 weeks, I'm like, my family's just gonna stick, or my parents rather, they're just gonna stick to these same few areas. They're not gonna go out, and do like an actual trip to like a tourist location or something. I was just like, oh, just like, not even with like, I didn't really have any expectations, but I could just immediately tell like, this is gonna be a boring vacation, and there were some cool parts. I took some pictures, and it was cool to just see the culture again, because for me it's been about like 12 years since I've been to Puerto Rico, so it was really cool to see once again. But man, they were there for a vacation for what they know, but they were not there with the tourist mentality, if you know what I mean. They were not there with a plan to go to certain locations and show them off, right? And to be fair, we're in the middle of COVID and stuff, and I get that, but they didn't even try to look into other stuff, They were thinking maybe going to like a beach once, which no, it didn't even happen. But it's just like, man, it was pretty lame. The family visits were fine, because it's a matter of perspective for me, because back when the last time I saw my family in Puerto Rico, I was probably like mid-teens at best, like probably like 12 or below, right? I was pretty young, and at that point, you don't really appreciate family as much when you're younger. You kind of just do it because you have to, at least for me. So it was nice to just see them and like leave a better impression, when I'm older now, when I value, family nowadays, because you never know when you're gonna need that help. You never know when you're gonna visit again, right? So it was nice to see some of them. And it was really surprising to see how much I remember, because like I'm terrible with names. I'm horrendous with anybody's names unless they're like a part of like my little circle for the time being. But I recognized some of their faces, and I was like, it was kind of cool to see. It definitely made me proud to be Hispanic, just seeing that, like, it's because again, after like over 12 years, it's cool to see that dynamic of just like, I think we went to a buffet once. Yeah, we went to a buffet. I think it was like a line called like Sizzler or whatever. And I remember the moment where I went to go get up. Sorry, there was a motorcycle. I went to go get up to use the restroom, and as I walked back, I only saw like one group of family like talking like English, and then I go back like going back to my table, and everyone else is talking like Spanish, and I'm like, man, there's some whiplash right there because I'm used to it just being completely different, right? Like I'm used to like Spanish speaking being like the outcast shit that you don't see like as much when you go out. Um, so that was kind of funny to see, but
Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say like I know what you're talking about, right? Where like over here, it's like super different, right? Where it's mostly like either English or Chinese or or in Punjab, whatever, right?
yeah,
It last time like I went to what is like I think it was like the one to when I was at my uncle's town in Mexico, where actually my step uncle, where it was super weird. It was like this town was like a very touristy area where one part it was like Spanish,
yeah.
the other part I hear Korean,
Good
and
lord.
then the other part like I hear like some other languages, right? And then yeah, like it's so we're like you're like used to speaking like Spanish like for a long I mean like for a certain amount of time like at the
Yeah.
country you're staying at, and then once you hear other languages it's just it feels weird.
Yeah, completely reverse. And that's the thing. It wasn't just about like I got this overwhelming pride of like not just being Puerto Rican, but also like thank God I didn't forget how to speak Spanish because that happens for a lot of people when they move to an American state, right? They'll probably forget their native language or like the first language. And while I'm
Yeah.
not completely fluent in Spanish, I still have a ways to go. I'm decent at it, I can at least say that
Mm-hmm.
much. I can hold a conversation. It's just that it might take me a minute to like get the word that I'm thinking of. But um when I was there, I kind of felt this like I don't know, just like this really good feeling of just seeing like everywhere I look, it's like, oh, that looks like family right there. Even though I don't know those people, I'm like, oh, that's like it doesn't feel weird to be Hispanic. It doesn't feel like the unusual thing. It's the norm here, and there's just this overwhelming comfort when that happens. It felt really good. But the thing is too is that if it wasn't for my family, even at a young age, sticking to the rule of whenever you got to go out there, go to school, whatever, English obviously you got to do to get by. But when it came to coming back home, it was always Spanish. I'd always talk to my mother in Spanish. We never talked to each other in English. I'd talk to my sister in English because that's just how we were raised. But the family itself, family dynamic was always talking in Spanish at the dining table and living room and all that stuff. So, in a way, like you kind of think like, man, it's kind of annoying for some people to like live like that, but it really helps to remember both languages living like that. So I'm glad that I was kind of raised like that. But
Yeah, I was gonna say like for me it's like a weird dynamic where like with my mom is that I will speak English to my mom, but she will like always like I respond back like in Spanish.
hmm. Yeah, that'd be
It,
weird for
it,
me.
yeah, and like we just understand because like context where I live is that like if you didn't like the only way I can like communicate with other people like that aren't speaking like Chinese or Punjabi, right? Obviously, the only English like I'm forced to speak all the time is just English,
Yeah.
and so literally like at that point where like I actually would just like I had like a bit of a difficult time just like understanding and speaking like Spanish like
I
throughout like
could
my childhood.
imagine. Yeah. Um.
Because yeah,
Oh, I was gonna say no. You go. You go ahead.
yeah. So I'm just glad like I'm at the point where like my Spanish is not like really perfect either, but at least I know enough to at least like get by when I go traveling.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I could talk to anybody for help or ask for directions or anything. Worst case scenario, I might like Google a word just to be extra sure I'm using it in the right context. Um, but it's like it's fine. So yeah. The trip could have been better because, like I said, I really thought they were gonna like actually try to go out to more interesting places, but they kind of just stuck to like the little bubble that they knew. So I was like, okay, a little bit of a bummer. And the thing is that it kind of made me more frustrated when I actually saw my my aunt from my father's side, who, well, basically her son, basically our cousin. We always, when we were younger, we'd always go to her house to hang out with him. Like, that's I mentioned it before. That's the same place where like I discovered like Kingdom Hearts and a few other games by like playing them with him when I was like at a really young age. It was the same cousin that we were going to potentially move to Florida with, but that kind of fell through. But basically her. We ended up seeing her. I believe we spent a weekend with her. I think like Saturday, and then like she dropped us off back at the rental home on like Sunday. But I spent my birthday with her, which was awkward timing. I was kind of on the fence about because I was like, I should probably be spending the birthday with the rest of my family, but it was like, all right, either a birthday or, being able to see my aunt at all, because I didn't know like what plans were going to be for like the next few days afterwards. So I was like, okay, I'll spend the weekend with her, whatever, birthday's a birthday. So it was pretty great. She was like super generous, very nice. We had like a lot of talks, a lot of real talks and all that stuff. But this is I'll set this up for later for pain. Not really pain, but it's just, my god, it's so cursed. So I got a few gifts from her, which was really cool. It's kind of funny how I guess she like, which I don't really complain about, but it seems like she still kind of has like her like mother like instincts, I guess, from like raising her son like this. But I guess her gift idea was literally telling me like super like young kid shit, where it's like, okay, pick out a game from the Walmart aisle, like legit, and then she'll like come back and like get it for me. I was like, because I guess she was off with my sister like getting her like some clothes and stuff. So I picked one out because I already knew what I was gonna get. I saw Dragon Quest XI-S was on there, so got that. It was a cool birthday gift. But we'll get into that later because my god, the timing couldn't be worse. Now that we know what we know. But it was pretty cool because there wasn't like a ton there. I also did mention this to you yesterday on Discord. While I was actually waiting for them to come back, into like the electronics aisle, I saw the 1UP arcade cabinets like set up there. And I think it was like TMNT 4, and I think Marvel Superhero was like set up on another one. Man, that shit felt weird. I already talked to you about it on Discord, but good lord, I could not play. I was like, oh yeah, I know fighting games. Nope, did not help me with trying to control that thing. Felt super strange. The game looked great though.
Oh yeah, like display like looks amazing. Like the problem like with those machines is that like the parts they use are like very cheap, so it makes like a very difficult way to do like difficult things. Like I said, like I said, like if we like live closer, though, I would like lend you like my arcade stick.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm like, I need to like maybe go to an arcade or something in my life and see like, can I actually play on a joystick? Because I was like, that did not give me any confidence whatsoever. Even dashing felt like an event. I was like, holy shit. Things that I just take for granted on pad. So yeah, that was the thing.
Yeah, no, like I was gonna say, it also doesn't help that like there's also like different ways of like holding the joystick as well.
Yeah,
and obviously like there's like the wine glass, or my favorite one is where I just put two fingers, my thumb on the top, while I have like the other half like my ring and my pinky, just like on the bottom. But the most cursed like ways to hold one, right?
Yeah.
It's called the Mexican. So right hand goes on joystick, left hand goes on the buttons.
Oh my god. Why would you do this?
Dude, I legit, the thing is like I thought like like why do they call it the Mexican? And then I remember like one time where I saw like arcade machines like at the mall in Mexico, and literally I legit see like many like Mexican children just like do the Mexican.
Oh my lord, that's
right hand and joystick.
That's left so weird. Yeah, I definitely did. I definitely did wine glass.
Yeah, because Okay, but Jesus, man, it doesn't have that like the first Street Fighter champion like Seth Killian. That man also uses the friggin' Mexican as like as well.
That would just get so uncomfortable for me. I don't understand. Oh man.
Dude, like whenever like I see that, I'm like, I don't know how to process that, man.
Yeah. But mess with that a little bit. That's just
Yeah,
super brief. Just saying like, oh man, let me just mess with this because I'm never
yeah.
gonna buy one. Um,
But at least I'm glad like you did not do the Mexican leg during that.
God no. Um, but yeah, so that was cool. You know, got Dragon Quest 11S. And I think she also, I guess like for some reason we ended up like coming out with like a few like tank tops and like sleeveless shirts, and I'm like cool. Because that's one thing from this trip I learned to appreciate way more was like sleeping with tank tops and sleeveless shirts. My God, I'm never going back to sleeping with t-shirts. Fuck that.
Dude, it's also the same thing with me with like Hawaiian shirts as well.
Yeah, it's just like shit's way more comfortable. Oh, speaking of shirts, it just reminded me, man. So mosquitoes were out in full force on like the first week. I think I had like 4 bites. They're like, ah, yes, fresh blood.
Oh God,
Jesus Christ! I was like, okay,
dude, mosquitoes are like my worst nemesis.
yeah. The second I
Like
went to Puerto
during
Rico, I
my
was like,
trips.
I knew. I was like, all right, bring it on. And it sucks for a bit, but I'm surprised I've actually gotten like a better tolerance to like not scratching. Like sometimes it did happen, you know, I couldn't resist, but not as bad as I thought I was going to be to just ignore it. Although, of course, you know, when I went to grandma's house, she also like poured like alcohol on it, so it it went away pretty quickly. But
You're lucky, man. Because
pretty much.
for me, like my tolerance is so bad because I have allergies, like right from these guys.
Oh yeah, thank God I'm not allergic.
Dude, you're blessed with that. Because for me, I'm just cursed.
God. Um, but yeah, the birthday was, you know, pretty fun. For just spending it with my aunts. Of course, afterwards, a few days later, had a belated birthday with the rest of my family on my mother's side, and that was fun. It was at grandma's house. It was like, you know, like 10 other people in the room, so I don't know. It felt pretty cool to just, you know, have a birthday with a bigger family. You know, because usually it's very small. With like a family of 4, usually maybe grandparents would like show up. So that was fun.
Did you have some cake over there?
Oh yeah, I actually didn't know. My, I guess she technically. This is like the weird part of my family. I've noticed, like I think a lot of people in general, like I think most families, you technically say some people are like your aunts or uncles, even though they're not like officially. Like
Oh yes, yes. I was gonna say that's the same. Like with me, man. That's like the most like Hispanic thing ever, man.
yeah, because I'm like okay, my uncle's wife, I just call her aunt, right? It's just
Yeah.
what we're used to, even though technically, you know, some people say like she's not your aunt, but fuck it, I learned with that at a young age, like she's my aunt, right?
Yes. Yeah. I
Um,
was gonna say it's very similar with like I have an uncle. Like my mom calls wait calls her like her brother, but it's not actually her brother.
yeah,
And it's also the weird thing with like uh my cousin and my cousin-in-law.
yeah,
Even though the kids call me their uncle.
yeah. Like for me, apparently, like they introduced me to like a second cousin, I guess, which I didn't know
It's
about.
like it's like second cousin, cousin twice removed. It's weird.
Yeah, it's
Like
like okay, I'm just gonna say cousin, but yeah,
yeah. It's very weird. Where yeah, again, my uncle, not really my uncle, but but you know he's my uncle, right? And then his kids, right? Where they also tell me like they're my cousins. They're not my cousins, but you know I'm your cousins.
yeah. But basically, that aunt from my uncle's side, I did not know she's like an incredibly good I guess cook in general, but like she also got to like baking stuff. So apparently she made like cakes, and she made like some dessert as well. So like she was like it was a super good cake too. It was like chocolate cake, but it was like almost like glazed as well. But like it was good. It was like There's no easy way for me to say it without someone like probably laughing when they listen to this. It was like properly moist.
Yeah,
Right?
bruh, like whenever like you gotta do like cake reviews and you need to like use that shit every time.
Or
It's extra.
I guess you could say spongy, but it's like I don't know.
Dude, you also use like extra moist like in your like Yelp like bakery reviews.
No, but for real, because like the thing like what homemade cakes that I was actually worried about, because I was like, okay, yeah, it looks pretty good, but like I usually expect them to be pretty dry, because a lot of people don't really know how to make cakes that aren't like pretty dry by nature. Like the first homemade cake you're gonna make is probably gonna be a dry one. That's just how it is.
Yep.
But no, she really knew what she was doing. It was a really good chocolate cake. So yeah, it was pretty dope. Got a few gifts in there as well. So it was nice. But aside from birthday stuff, you know, like I said, I think we went to like a few restaurants. We went to like one of the local ones, which you saw that bootleg mural on Twitter.
I love those, man. Like those things are like all over. Like again, for my travels in Mexico and El Salvador too.
Yeah, there's so many bootleg murals. Like it's a thing that you get when you're there, but man, people who don't know just don't.
Yeah, like context, for anyone that's like don't know or planning, to travel like over there one day. Expect a
Super
lot
ghetto.
of people. Yeah, I expect like a lot of like bootleg stuff, especially. I will legit you not like. There's like one place in Mexico where there's a Goku's tacos.
I saw that and I lost my shit in the car.
I also saw I legitimately like caught like their online like ad on YouTube, and they even use like the soundtrack.
Oh my god.
And at the end of the ad, like you just hear like like Latin dub like like Krillin just yelling Goku. Yeah, because I think like their tagline whatever, right, is like bienvenidos a tacos Goku con servicios buenos servicios y con tacos con Kamehameha.
What the fuck? Oh god.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I will send you like a link after this so you can like put it into the description for anyone to watch.
I can just lose my shit. Oh boy.
Oh man. That's how you can tell like Latin America really loves Dragon Ball Z.
For real.
And other animes right there.
But yeah, the restaurant itself was pretty good. Unfortunately, so real quick, I have never actually had restaurant made fish in my life until that point. And by that I mean like actually served with like the head and like everything else, like, with the fins and everything like fried. Yeah. So I had to learn how to like, properly separate the bones and everything, whatever. But this is a thing where like I kind of regret it because I should have like complained or like told them that there was an issue with my dish, but I just didn't know because that's the first time I had it served to me like that. So I just didn't know flavor wise what to expect. And it was pretty good, but then I got to a point where it was overwhelmingly salty. Like super, super salty to the point where it's like, this is like not edible.
Ooh.
And I thought I was crazy because I was like, is this just how it's made here? Like, is this just a thing? Because this is like horrendous. And I usually like salty shit, but that was like a fucking bucket of salt. Like, you can't even taste the fish hardly because it was just way too salty. And I should have called it back, but I just ate what I could. Because like on the side there was also mofongo, which is pretty good. For those who don't know, it's like plantain mainly.
Yeah, or in case if you don't know what the plantain is, that's just another breed of bananas.
Yep. Well, there was that, and there was like the salad, so it was fine. But yeah, like the fish itself, like I couldn't even finish it because it was like too salty. And I was like, man, I should have called it back, but I just didn't know. I just didn't know, like, what it was supposed to be. So, it'd be like that. It was all right. Bit of a waste of money, but now I know for the future, I guess. But
Yikes, though. Like, so literally it was like a salt mine.
it's super bad, dude. Super
Fuck.
bad. Like the first few bites were fine, but then I think once I got into like the actual like inner like center part, it was not great. Holy shit.
Damn. Yeah, and I'm probably guessing that like the place where you got it from they did not do a good job like serving it.
Yeah, because the thing is, like, my stepdad also got a fish as well, and that apparently for him it was completely fine. So mine in particular, I guess, just got that messed up.
That's weird.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
because I
I'm
know
someone who
like
loves fish, so I was like, if I'm not loving that fish, something's wrong. You know?
yeah. No, I'm just looking at like what is like the fishes like my step uncle like makes me is so great, and hell even like like the grill like fried fishes that I had in Cuba were amazing as well.
Yeah. Oh, also for anybody curious, no, I did not eat any portion of the head. I cut that shit off. I refuse.
You should eat the eyeballs, man.
God no.
I heard it. I heard it's like super healthy for you, man.
Yeah, you heard, but you haven't done it. Right? I wonder why that is.
Literally, that's like, dude, that's like what my fucking like step uncle like does to me, man. Is like he knows like I never eat the head. He's like, bro, you gotta like eat the eyes, man. It has like a lot of vitamins and stuff.
I'd be like, yeah, you should go first, right? But no, I mean the restaurant itself was fine. It's just that yeah, it was a bit of a shame. I just didn't know to like call it back. I should have done that, but now I know. But that was fine. But yeah, like I said, it was just mainly just a lot of like they went to a few restaurants and then went to like a few local places, but nothing really too major. I was like, oh man, this is like the highlight of the trip. And the reason I mentioned my aunt as well when I like think of that comparison, just like man, so we actually went out another weekend with her. I think we were like one Saturday, and the initial plan was that my sister, when she was younger and went to Puerto Rico, they had a lot of Sanrio stuff. And for those who don't know what Sanrio is, that's like Hello Kitty, or a lot of like the mascots are like the super cute, mascots that are like, at least they were popular for a time over there, I remember. But I guess now they kind of phase out.
Well, I was gonna say like it's either Hello Kitty or in case most of you like watch stuff on Netflix. That's also Agaretsuko is also like Sanrio as well.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like Sanrio, like the company in general, like they, if you see one of those mascots, you've seen them all.
Yeah.
But yeah, she was trying to find some of that stuff because she just wanted to buy them. Obviously, it's cute shit. Girls should be into that. So she couldn't really find a store nearby because she had like memories of going to a store close by in Noguabo that would have had those, but didn't. But she found somewhere else on Google Maps. But I guess our family thought it was too far away, so they didn't do it. So our aunt looked into it because I guess my sister mentioned it to her, and she said that it's only a few hours away. So we ended up planning a trip to go to like I guess it's sort of like this pharmacy on the first floor, but then the second part has Sanrio stuff in it. I don't know. Don't ask me. Unfortunately, it was closed due to COVID. The second floor was closed due to COVID. So, the trip kind of went a bust. I would have said they should have called, but, plan B was to go to a place called, hopefully not butchering this in English. It's so weird to say Spanish names in English, I have to say. Barceloneta, or I guess like in Spanish, Barceloneta. So it's best I could describe it. Did I ever post any pictures on Twitter? I don't think I did. But it's like this super big shopping plaza with like tons of brand stores, but it has like a really cool aesthetic where it's like it's like a unified like buildings, like almost like houses aesthetic to it, which looks really cool. I'll have to like post some pictures later, or like do something. I have to see if I posted them. But it was really cool. So we took like a pretty like decent walk around the places and like bought some stuff. I don't know if that line is like international or anything, but for me, I definitely went to the Nautica store a lot and bought a lot of cool shirts from there because I love that brand. But it was pretty cool. It wasn't anything like super crazy, just a really big plaza.
That was a race car right there.
Good lord. I wish there was a race car. Yeah, motorcycle says hello. Um but yeah, that was a pretty cool place. And there was some other stuff like we saw on the trip as well. Like, dude, I shit you not. I think it was like a marketing thing, I guess, for like a medical related thing. But I shit you not, we saw a fucking ambulance with like lights on and everything on top of a pole, or like a concrete pole, like near I wish I need to like show you the video or something because it looks so dumb. Like I thought I was seeing shit. Like, just imagine an
So,
ambulance on a pole like 20 feet in the air.
wait, what the fuck?
I shit you not. Like, that's just, we just saw it like while driving to like somewhere, and there was just one just hanging up there on a pole, like on a platform rather, on a pole.
Wow.
I have to show you that video or something, or like the recording later. It's so dumb.
Dude, that definitely sounds dumb.
It sounds so dumb. I couldn't stop laughing because I had to explain it to my aunt because she didn't see it the first time, but on our way back, I told them to look out for it. I was like, oh my god. Like, but I was like, see, I'm not an insane person, right? But the point that I want to get at, though, is that that trip, even though it wasn't even like going to like the Sanrio shop or like what we planned, it was still so far out from where we were in Florida and Naguabo in general that it felt like, wow, for an entire day, I felt like I'm actually on vacation and actually touring this damn place, right? In just one single day, my aunt took us way farther out of the usual bubble that our parents kept going over and over and over again. I was like, man, this should have been what the entire vacation should have been, or at least half of it. You know, fuck. Like, there was no touring whatsoever aside from the places they, took us to go and do errands. I'm like, what is this, bro? So that day, as great as it was, also made me feel like, man, this trip is super lame.
Yeah.
Kind of put it into perspective. I was like, wow, we're actually going out here to places that I didn't even know about. So it was cool. But yeah, overall the trip was just kind of the one cool highlight, though, although we set up a bunch of emulators and fighting games, I didn't get to play a single round of Melty Blood while I was gone, because it's just, I didn't have a lot of time because I was still going out of the house a lot. And then by the time like I came back, had to do like laundry or something, or like, just chill in bed for like an hour or two. Didn't really feel like hooking up the laptop ever, like on the living room TV. So the one thing that I did do, though, when I did have time to game in general, was actually finally start up a Ring Fit Adventure, which I got so lucky getting that thing. Like, it literally showed up the day that I was packing. Like, the day before we had to take that plane flight. And I gotta say, overall, that game is pretty fun. It's not amazing as a video game itself, but for deceiving me to do more exercise and really, like, pushing me to do more than I would think the game would do for exercises, it's pretty great. There are some, like, it's kind of cool how, like, every few levels you actually get, like, a new exercise you could do for, like, battles. But there are some that really surprised me in that game. So, like, the majority of the time, like, you are, like, jogging in place, or, like, you're using the ring con in, like, different ways to, like, traverse. When you get into a fight, though, that's when you do, like, a lot of the exercise routines and, like, the reps and whatnot. I didn't think the fucking plank was gonna be in there, but the plank is there. And somehow it can detect that, I think, with, like, the leg strap, which is insane.
Wow.
There was even, like, there's some really creative ones that I wasn't expecting. Like, I just expect, like, overhead, like, you push or, like, pull the ring con or whatever. Or, like, in front of you. Like, you expect that. There's, like, an ab guard where, like, you push it against your abs to defend. Okay, basic stuff. There's, like, squats. They start off with, like, very simple stuff. There's some yoga stuff in there as well. But some other ones I don't expect is, like, even, like, the, I think I call it, like, the thigh press, where you literally have to get on the floor, and you have to hold both ends of the ring con between your thighs, and you basically press it in and out that way, which is, like, nuts. I thought it was gonna fall off, but, like, it never did. There's like even one where like you basically like set up, you hold the Rincon with like one arm, and then you put like if it's like a bow,
Mm-hmm.
and that's like a cool one too. But it's just really inventive like exercise routines with that stuff that I've never seen. Um, so it's like it was really cool to see how much variety there is in that game, and you're motivated to do so because there's like different types. Like after a while in the game, there's like almost like an effective or like super effective sort of deal like Pokemon or stuff, where it's like an advantage you could have if there's like a blue enemy, use like a blue attack with it. So you're kind of forced to use like blue exercise routines, which are mainly for like the legs, for example. Um, just really good ways to not make you keep doing the same routine over and over again and sticking to like 5 easy ones that you feel you're gonna keep doing. There's also AoE attacks versus like single target ones, so
Mm-hmm.
it's really good about just making you if you're actually thinking about it strategy wise, you have to pick the ones that are best for the job. Um, Even if you might not like doing the exercise or you're not used to it yet. So it's really good about that. Every time I do every time I do like at least like 20-30 minutes, I always come out sweating, which is a really good thing for something that's supposed to give me like exercise. um it just does its job really well. I did like 7 or 8 days out of like 30, because I definitely did not have the time to do one every single day, but it definitely works. This is like way better than, because I know Wii Fit was like a huge fad at the time, but Ring Fit's like the real deal, at least for me. That's just fun, that distracts me, and it's entertaining and it's fun to do for like an hour a day or so. So I'm definitely going to be doing it more when I can, even at home. Like, it's just good. That game could not have come out at a better time. I know it came out last year, but considering this COVID situation, man, that game is needed now more than ever. I wish more people could find it easily. It's a shame that it's still hard to find right now.
Yeah, like especially like from what I've seen and heard, right? This definitely sounds like more effective compared to the Wii Fit balance board.
Yeah, like, dude, this is more effective than me using the exercise bike and doing like basic like exercise routines by myself. Because like the sheer variety that it has and lets you do feels like I'm working out every part of my body when I'm done with that game. It's fucking great. And there's like different difficulties as well, so you could like set it to be way more difficult, and you got to do more reps just to like finish fights if you want. So it really can be tailored to different levels. But yeah, aside from that, came back after the trip, which I so desperately missed my PC and streaming. By the end, I was like, by the last week, I was counting on the days. I was so tired. I was so bored of this vacation. I was like, please get me out of here. you know, um, it's just like that. I'm all about like trying to enjoy what I can, but man, that trip could have been so much better. Like that last week, I was really losing steam in general. So it was okay. Could be worse. It wasn't exactly miserable, but it was just underwhelming is the word that I'd say to describe that trip. So, 6 out of 10. Would have rather been playing another Trails game. Basically, right? That really was the mood. So, yeah. Aside from that, we're getting to like the 2 hour mark, so we'll just get into news because I can't think of
Yeah.
anything else that happened for me. It was basically just on
Well,
that vacation.
yeah, I'll say here's one positive thing you had in that vacation. At least you had a cake that was extra moist.
Pretty much. That's the joke. No.
Well, that's the theme for this episode where, like, this episode's gonna be extra moist.
Lord. Also, no, I did not say extra moist. I said it was properly moist. Oh,
Proper.
Lord. Because that's the thing, like, it wasn't, like, super spongy either. It was good. It was the right balance of moist.
Alright.
Either way, I'll call it extra moist for you. It's what he wants. I'll give the man what he wants. That's the title. No context. But, no, I think that's it. Unless anything else happened for you. I mean, I've been playing... Oh, I guess when I came back, I ended up cleaning the room quite a bit. Oh, I did get a couple upgrades for the PC. I got another monitor, so I literally now have dual monitors. Christ. And a new keyboard, which is way better than the initial one that I think iPad Power gives, which is just, it's free. It was fine, but it wasn't great. But it's it's a Logitech one, which is like I think the G910 keyboard, which is it's pretty good. It's got RGB, but the main thing is that it has like brown switches, which I'm not gonna get into keyboard switches here. But long story short, it's good. It's not overly sensitive, and it feels great. So I'm digging that, because Shin had to give me the rundown of keyboards now. It's insane. Keyboards have like as much depth to them as like arcade sticks do when you gotta like explain to someone the different types. It's insane.
Yeah, what's more interesting is that like I know there's like certain like should I say manufacturer where they're selling like these arcade buttons where they actually implemented those keyboard switches.
Oh, the membranes, or man?
Yeah, like you know like the ones they have like it's like brown like keys.
Yeah.
Yeah, they actually implemented it. There's like like an arcade button company that implemented those these days.
And that's nuts. I believe it too, though, because yeah, I thought my silly dumb brain, not really having a desktop or having to worry about keyboards aside from what's on my laptop, I always thought it was just like, okay, either you have the ones with the actual thick buttons or the ones that are pretty flat for laptops. I thought that was it. I did not know there were like at least like 8 different types of keyboard switches that you can choose, and there's like in betweens. Like it's insane. So I learned a lot.
Yeah, that's like with me when I had to learn like about like the different like parts for the joysticks and arcade buttons. Like when I was looking for stuff for my arcade stick.
Yeah, and the only other thing was that I got a proper headphone. I was gonna say headset, but headset usually implies that there's like a mic, I think. But yeah, I got like Audio-Technica headphones to go along with the Audio-Technica mic. But it works great. I think it's the 310X or the 510X, I'm not sure. But it works great. It was like over 100. I know it's like pretty pricey for some people, but I kind of need it because this is basically like studio grade headphones at this point. Definitely could have paid more for a studio grade headphone, but these were great, and I figure I need it if I'm going to do video editing in the near future, as well as audio editing for this podcast. Even right now, after we finish recording, I kind of need that audio clarity to be able to, like, actually comb through this stuff. So it was worth it. But yeah, aside from that, nothing else too major. Started Future Connected. It's been pretty fun so far. I think we're about halfway-ish. So it's been enjoyable. Kino's pretty great. Kino and NieR are great. But it was just kind of cool to just see them all over again, because, man, I miss Xenoblade. There's never a day where I don't miss Xenoblade, so any more content I could enjoy, I'm like, I'll take that food. That's pretty much it.
Xeno food.
Pretty much. But yeah, we'll get into this, because there's a pretty good amount. There is one that's gonna have to get pretty real, concerning Evo. We'll get to that. But yeah, we're just gonna go right into the news now. Unless, did you have to take like a bathroom break or anything? Just making sure.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope, we can get into it.
Alright, so we'll start with the first one on the news dockets. So, Sam Show DLC character Warden from For Honor launches on June 24. Man, I can't believe Shreon called that.
I can't. Yeah, so context that our friend Shirion plays a lot of For Honor, and then when I posted like the silhouette, Shirion is like, "Oh, that looks like Warden from For Honor," and the next thing you know, we saw Warden in For Honor, and basically like this happened like when we saw the new streaming conference called New Game Plus Expo.
Yeah.
So I do know like this got leaked like before the stream happened.
Yeah, I think it was like a day or like a few. No, I think it was like a few hours earlier.
I think it was like 40 minutes or so.
Yeah. I was just like, man, that's a shame. But that's the thing. I would have never caught that because I don't play For Honor. But what a weird pick. I guess in a way, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, like, I know these two companies have. Well, I know, if I remember correctly, like, I think there was like soundtrack characters. One of like Ubisoft's is like mobile games.
Okay. So they had history of working together. Huh.
Yeah, and plus, there was like a picture of like Oda, like where he actually went to visit Ubisoft last year at their studio.
Noise. The more you know.
Yeah, yeah, it's a very weird pick. Is that it's either like everyone is like, this is actually very weird. Let's go with this, or there's also the other people that don't really dig this at all, which is understandable.
Yeah, for me, I was like, I'm indifferent. I'm not hyped, but it is pretty funny to see.
Yeah,
And
of course. Oh,
I was gonna ask
like,
though, is he actually out?
Yes, I was gonna say like the day like you went I think it was like the first day like
Yeah,
you
June
were in
24th.
Puerto Rico. Yeah, that was like it was only like only me and Shiri we were like messing with this character.
Oh man. Okay, so I guess whenever the next one comes out soon, I guess I'll be messing with both.
Yeah, and one thing I can tell you is that like but the other character we'll discuss soon. Like this one for this, he's actually very quick to learn because surprise at this dude, he actually now has the shortest move list compared to Yashimaru.
Really?
Yeah, because Yashimaru he has like 3 special moves. This dude only has 2.
Holy crap! Does he have good normals then?
He actually has chained normals.
Huh. Okay.
So for example, like if you like. You can do medium slash 3 times.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. Medium slash 3 times, or the worst of all is that. So like how with your character Yasha, where, like how you're like in full rage and you do heavy slash like twice to get like that juicy ass damage that messes like everyone.
I love it every time, but yeah.
This man he gets 3 for free.
Jesus Christ. Oh, that's terrifying.
Yeah, the other terrifying part is that like he even has a parry counter window.
Yeah, I had a feeling he would. Because I was like, you gotta give this man a parry if he's gonna have that limited moveset.
No, here's the thing is that like it makes sense because I remember like Shurian told me like stories of like when she was playing For Honor like back in the day. Like she was telling me like, oh, always love to like parry things all the time in For Honor.
Yeah, because I remember Wooly, I think it was Pat that played it for a bit, also mentioned it.
Yeah, like, and the first thing is I was like playing with Shurian, and Shurian just had to like parry like most of my stuff.
Oh man, I'm not looking forward to that. It's like, but that's cool. But I guess just to not linger on it, I'll mess with it later on a future stream. So speaking of SNK, this is a very minor one too that came out right when I was about to leave, more or less. But I was like, it's cool that it got announced. This is also at New Game Expo. So good lord, King of Fighters R2 coming to Switch in July, which I believe it already is out. I didn't buy it yet because I was like, I didn't have internet while I was at Puerto Rico. But it is kind of cool to see this just because I know Samurai Shodown, I think it was like 2, right? For Neo Geo. Yeah. Well, I was going to say, if you could just take it.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, it's called like Samurai Shodown 2 ! But I just call it Sam Show 2 Pocket.
Yeah. But that was like a pre-order bonus only for like Sam Show on Switch.
Yeah.
But it is cool that now you'll be able to purchase like some of those Neo Geo Pocket Color games, because it's weird. When I think of like Game Boy games or Game Boy Color games, I think of games that I personally don't want to play. Unless it's like Pokemon, maybe, if you want to get like super old school and just really want the nostalgia, I guess. But like a lot of Game Boy Color games are just not good. Or Game Boy. Like it's the problem that I have with NES games. Like they're considered classics, but it's like they feel too primitive for me in some ways. Like sometimes they just don't feel good to play. I'll be real. But every time I look at Neo Geo Pocket Color games and even like mess with some of them, after watching Max Stream at one point, I think like I emulated 1 or 2 of them. that shit felt really good. Like, that almost feels like console accurate, like, fighting game inputs, which, if you think of fighting games on handheld, especially in that era, they usually could not get the feel right. They were extremely handicapped. But these are, like, nothing but legit, I would say.
Yeah, it's definitely like the best feeling, especially like the other selling point, like for the new Geo Pocket, is that they had like a very special joystick that had like micro switches on them.
Yep.
They gave it like the more like accurate feel from like using like arcade joysticks.
Although I know this stuff definitely wasn't cheap, so this definitely was not part of my childhood.
Yeah, that it was definitely like a very, I wouldn't say like a pricey console, but it definitely like was up there though.
Yeah.
So that it's pretty cool that like they're releasing like more Neo Geo Pocket Color games after like seeing like Sam Show 2 Pocket like coming out as a pre-order bonus for the Switch.
Pretty much, I'd be like, man, you're gonna like go through the trouble of, like, getting this to emulate properly and just do it once. You know, that wouldn't make sense to me from a business standpoint. Um, but yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and so basically like they confirmed that like so R2, that's basically like a portable version of KOF 98
Yeah.
with some other cool like other modes additions where you can actually can equip Leona with a gun.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's very funny. Like you can like customize like your fighter with like different like moves.
Nice. I definitely
And
gotta mess with
then
that.
yeah, and I'm glad that this came out because like it also confirmed that like Samsung 2 Pocket is also coming out separately as well without being locked as a pre-order bonus.
Yep.
And of course the other game you can also buy right now is SNK Gale Fighters, which is a very solid game.
Yeah. I saw Max stream like a while back. I was like, man, even that looks fun too.
It's super fun.
So I guess going or continuing from like the whole like retro game aspect. So you mentioned this earlier, but we'll just go over it really quick. Was Curse of the Moon 2 being announced also at the New Game Plus Expo. So this was pretty cool because I certainly did not expect them to ever go back to this and get a sequel. Was just that they announced Curse of the Moon 2, and I still have not played it, but you know, like you said, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty fun, but be warned, it's definitely a lot more challenging compared to the first game.
Yeah, so we'll see if I enjoy it, because I feel like the first game definitely was a little bit on the easy side, I will agree, but it's a matter of like how much they, you know, did they go overboard, I wonder. Because I feel like they might do like a little, I feel like I just needed like a little bit more of an adjustment, but nothing major, but I guess I'll just see when I, you know, when I get to it. But yeah, cool that it's there, like you said, you know, 4 characters again, very much keeping in line with the Castlevania 3 method of like switching characters on the fly and whatnot, so we'll see how that goes, but really glad nonetheless that it got a sequel, so that's cool to see.
Yeah, because like I thought for a moment it was only just a one-time thing, like because like the first game was originally was just a stretch goal.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I never expected for them, you know, to do like another one.
Man.
So here was like the big bomb drop that was for New Game Plus right here.
God, the one that truly matters. Oh my god. Oh god. I
So
can't.
context is that like during the stream ride is that everyone wasn't like super happy like during the stream, and obviously like people were like wanting, oh, where's KO15, where's this and that, and then well meanwhile like you know, for people like us that love Falcon games and Falcon fans in general, you just saw
Absolutely
this
one.
right here.
Not only that, we also got the confirmation. I couldn't see the trailer because obviously it was spoiler. So when I was doing, I immediately had to look away from the TV. I was like, nope, can't do this. Can't look at it. Took my headphones off. I could like slightly hear you on the headphones, but
Oh yeah, it was also the like yeah. So before this, right, we got like a date, finally a date confirmation for Cold Steel 4.
yep, in October. I want to say it was like 27.
Yeah, it was like around October 27 for the PS version, while the PC and Switch version are going to be like I think early next year.
Yeah, which is cool. I'm just glad that we got a release date, and it's, you know, it's real. Cold Steel 4 is coming, and they're actually catching up more than I expected. But speaking of catching up, this is where I'm like, oh, they're serious. Like, they're 100% serious. That Cold Steel 4 was already cool enough for this year alone. But then seeing this, I was like, yeah, they're gonna catch up. If they keep going at this rate, they're gonna catch up. So, people, East 9 is finally coming to the West. Finally. People have been waiting for this. When did this come out in Japan? Was it 2018 or 2019?
It was, I believe it was like 2019, I believe.
My god. But it still feels like an eternity for some fans.
Yeah, I was gonna say, never mind. Actually, I caught the part where, it came out like in September 2019 in Japan.
Ah, okay. God.
Yeah, so, like, it's, like, as someone that loves, like, Easter egg, where I'm so happy, like, to finally see this, because I was thinking, I was having, like, these discussion with Vex, right? I was thinking, Vex is like, oh, I'm not waiting for you, so I got Cold Steel 4, right? I'm like, well, that's good for you, I guess. Where's my fill?
That's the thing.
And then I got this.
And, like, for me, sure, I got some catching up to do, but, like, that's the thing. Ultimately, there's a high chance that I'll finish with both by the end of this year, like, both series. So, for me, it's still in the back of my head of just like, man, are we just gonna be stuck waiting, like, a year-long gap for these games? And, like, NIS America is really working at catching up. Like, at this point now, once these two come out, all they basically have is, Hajimari and the next game that's already in development in the Trail series. It's kind of insane. Unless am I forgetting anything else? Those are the only two.
Yeah, those are the only two, though. Like,
I mean, there is the Kai games, but, like, I don't really count those because I feel like, personally, they should just focus on the modern releases. Those are more marketable, those are more viable. I know Crossbell I'd like to have in the West, but personally, those should be low priority from a business standpoint. I get it. So I just like them to get caught up to, like, all the modern releases that Falcom's putting out.
Yeah. No, like, I was so surprised, like, again, like, when I was discussing with Vex, is that, like, we both thought that, like, they were only going to do, like, one game at a time.
Same.
But somehow they managed, to, like, bring in East 9.
God. I'm just like, thank God.
Yeah, so, like, so far, like, East 9, obviously it's, like, the latest title in the East series. Definitely, like, again, I haven't seen, like, much of the games since I'm just waiting for, hold on, just give me a moment.
Yeah.
Later! Okay, anyway. So, anyway, like, so, what's interesting enough for this title is this is actually, like, the first game that, like, Falcom is using motion cap.
Yeah.
Because previously, like, the animations of the previous, like, 3D titles were not looking so hot. So, with this game, right, like, one thing I'm happy for this game is that we're definitely, like, continuing, like, further into, like, Eido's adventures, because for this one actually is, like, Eido, like, in age 24. He's, like, now more older.
Ah, okay. Is this, like, the most, is this the oldest he's been in the series so far?
Yes. We're basically seeing, like, his latest adventure timeline-wise.
Okay.
Yeah. And as you can see is that, like, there's definitely, like, more stuff, like, you can, like, basically, like, in motion, like, you have, like, more stuff to maneuver. Like, you have, like, one character, like, this cat who can, like, just go run up on walls. You have a dude that can fly. And a bunch of other characters with their own unique abilities. And as for Eido, though, like, he's basically plays, like a NieR from Devil May Cry, like, this time around.
Nice.
Because he has, like, this glove that's very similar to, like, the Devil Bringer.
Yeah.
So he can just, like, use it for platforming and use it on enemies as well.
Man, I just still can't believe it's freaking real. I'm like you said, it's just, this is, like, the biggest, like, New Game Plus Expo was, like, alright, until Falcom showed up. Or rather, NIS America. All props to NIS America, honestly.
Yeah.
Because that's
pretty
what we're
much,
getting
like,
in the West, so I'm like,
yeah,
they saved it.
Yeah, pretty much like at the end of the day with like New Games Plus is that like it was just a day for like Falcon fans, right there for both Cold Steel 4 like dates and the confirmation of Eastline coming over here.
pretty much.
Yeah, and
Um,
one thing I will add to this is that like besides like Eastline coming out next year though, they also did confirm that like both the PC versions for Cold Steel 4 and East 9 will also be taken care by Durante.
yep. I was like, thank God, because when he mentioned in the interviews that he is like a fan of the E series, I was like, I hope he gets to do any of those releases going forward. And thank God they actually contacted him, which makes sense. I feel like, since the East 8 update happened so recently, they must have known that it was going to happen already, and they talked to them like ahead of time. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But I will say there is no. I can't think of a good segue for this. This is where we're gonna have to get real for a little bit. I'll try not to dwell on it because if people want to know the information, this is not really the right place. At least, we can't really put the time into this discussion because it's, my God, it's super super real.
Yeah.
And I didn't know like where to put this if I was gonna put it, like at the end, but it's like no, I'll just put it timeline wise. So Evo Online 2020 canceled in wake of sexual abuse allegations. Man, oh man, this is pretty loaded. So I gotta tell you, you might know more than I do because I had to experience this. Like, there was a time people nowadays they probably don't know when they like get on Twitter or get on like any social media place. There was like a good solid week or two where you would just see tons of people just like speaking up and like putting out testimonies for like allegations for other people in the community, not just for Evo, a lot of it in Smash. Horrendously disappointed by some of those people in the Smash Bros community. That's the majority of what I'm gonna say on that. Holy shit. But it was just a yikes week. It was just eye opening to just see like so many of these like higher up people, including what is Mr. Wizard? Is he just like the runner of Evo or is he like the president? I'm not sure.
Well, he's pretty much like the CEO of Evo.
Okay. Yeah, so he was like usually running things, but yeah, fucking yikes. This man got outed and rightfully so. I hope Evo can move forward because ultimately the difference with like Smash and Evo is that those were individual people. Yes, they're a part of a community, but the blame is all on that individual person. And same thing with this. But Evo in general, I hope, can, still maintain itself in the years to come. Not with him, but be able to, like, keep going without him. Because I know there's, like, I think Max put out a good video in relation to this where I agree with his sentiments where hopefully the staff can actually pull through from this and not get a terrible reputation because this is pretty bad for Evo. Already with them having to not, like, do an event for the year, but now the reputation's kind of ruined. So I guess we'll see what they do with this going forward because it's not a good look. Even if it's based off
Yeah.
one person, like Evo as a whole is tainted now. That's the thing. A lot of things now are just tainted. Smash Bros. Community is not going to be the same. Evo's not going to be the same. Like,
Yeah. I also do know like before like we got this right, there was like I think during like those like same past week during those weeks, right, there was also like a lot of those in the FGC as well.
yeah, that's the thing. FGC as well also had a lot of coming out tweet longers and like posts because it's just like, man, and it's all
Yeah,
just very uncomfortable to read to. I have to say, it's just all with like minors or sexual abuse or harassment, and it's just it just feels like all this perception that you thought you knew is just completely shattered. And I don't want to make this about me because it's all for those victims, but I hate how much was just going on and none of us even knew. It's alarming to see just one of those, but to see so many of them happen. It was basically another like Me Too movement, right? Basically. But it's just insane how many stories came out in that amount of time. It's distressing.
Yeah, it was pretty much like a roller coaster, like on my Twitter feed,
Yeah.
where like literally like I'll like wait for Evil Online in particular, right? It was just it was pretty much I'm just watching like domino blocks falling down,
Yeah.
where you see like both game companies, game commentators like Sajam, and including like personalities like
All
I
canceling.
mean
All bailing.
yeah. Yeah, even like Max himself, who attended like Evil like every year, even like bailed out as well.
Yeah. It's insane. And I have zero tolerance for people who do any of this stuff, right? Like, I know cancel culture gets like a bit extreme sometimes, but for people who do stuff like this, like, just get out of this community completely. Like, at this point, there is no tolerance for that, because this is the thing, man. Some of these people, they just leave the accounts and that's it. When this stuff, some of these that I've read, they should be in fucking jail. Straight up. Like, it should not be like them getting off scot-free. Like, that's some bullshit. And seeing some people actually defend some of these just because they're popular or just because they had credibility, like, fuck that, man. They deserve to lose everything they have after doing stuff like that. 100%. But people just
Yep.
defend it anyway, and it drives me insane, some of the stuff that I see, or rather saw in those weeks. I was like, man, some people really don't think this is enough. Like, they're just, I don't know, man. It's disgusting. There was a lot of disappointment in that week. Whenever I, like, in my vacation, seeing all that, I'm just like, wow. Sometimes I was just looking at my phone, just baffled at the shit that I saw. So, zero tolerance for that. But yeah, just what a way to go, man. What a way to go. I couldn't not bring this up on the podcast. So, man.
Yeah, definitely for me is that it was definitely was hard to look at my feed, especially it was like very hard to process of just like what's going on like this week.
Yeah. So, just I doubt any of them are listening to this, but even still, my sentiments are, just heart goes out to any victims, but it's just a shame, that it had to be like this. So, hopefully, community learns that they can't get away with this stuff, because the fact that it was happening so much is just not great. So, hopefully, they learn. But we'll be moving on from that. So, this is I still have not seen the trailer, but this is fine. The thumbnail thankfully did not spoil me, but I had to talk about this as well because I mentioned that on Twitter. So there was a new trailer that came out like mid-July, pretty much right there. That was for Trails of Cold Steel 4, and it is like the only trailer that I have not seen, but I did want to, not want to, but I stumbled across like people's like hype or like posts that they were talking about stuff on Twitter. And I pretty much heard the news from them, so thankfully I did not have to see the trailer whatsoever. And I still won't. I'm not even going to play it on this article. But, yeah, there was a new Cold Steel 4 trailer. And I already knew this ahead of time because, people in Japan already been playing Cold Steel 4, so I already know that, I guess... Actually, no. There's no way there's somebody watching this podcast. I was about to do like a spoiler warning thing. There's not a single person that's watching this podcast that would like care about trail spoilers right now. We're too small for that. So,
Yeah. So pretty much like for someone who actually has saw the trailer is basically they were showing off like voice actors that were confirmed for like the characters that were from the other arcs in the Trail series.
Yeah, which what I was gonna say was that I already knew that. Yeah, Stell, Joshua, and Ren show up in Cold Steel 4.
Yeah, so basically, like we finally got like a confirmation that like Ren, Estelle, and Joshua got like their voice actors that voiced their battle lines in the Sky games.
Yeah, which completely blew me away because I was like, this is like the most insane, perfect like thing that I would have personally wanted. I know some people aren't digging apparently like Stephanie as like Estelle, but that's the thing, man. Like these people did the English voices years ago, but they never actually got to do these characters, right? Like a few battle quotes here and there is not enough for me to call them those characters, so I want to see what they can do properly now, especially Johnny Young Bosch like as Joshua. I'm like, yes, I'm here for this. Like, I can't wait to hear this man as Joshua.
Yeah, same here. Like again, it's definitely like a miracle that they were able, to get these voice actors again, like for Cold Steel 4, because I would have thought that like they would have got like replaced with someone else.
Same.
But especially like for Joshua though, Joshua, like everyone like connects to Johnny Young Bosch, because it's just too fitting like of a character right for Johnny Young Bosch to do.
Yeah. Man,
And
I
yeah,
feel
sure.
I feel bad for any other MCs in Cold Steel 4 because Johnny's performance is probably going to be the best one.
Yeah, because I was gonna say like yeah, with the likes of Shin Cheplock as Reen.
Yeah, like I love
Uh,
Sean, God bless, but I'm like, it's fucking Johnny Young Bosch, man. Like, if you don't know, this man is the hero character. Like, no shit. He's
I mean,
so
this man,
good.
he's been like voicing like a lot of stuff like since the early peak of anime.
Fucking Black Ranger in my childhood. Like, listen, legacy is there. Can't deny that. But yeah, I'm
Yeah,
looking forward to
literally,
that.
like Black Ranger just he's voiced like a bunch of like other like awesome stuff.
Man. Although, of course, for
Yeah,
some
so pretty
people, if they
much
don't know, he's also
like
a
everyone
Yu
can
Narukami.
rejoice that Johnny Young Bosch.
Oh,
Oh,
you good.
we actually talked over.
Yeah, I know. I was just saying that he also did Yu Narukami. Whatever. Go.
Yeah, you're never coming, freaking Ichigo, and he also did like motherfucking like Vash the Stampede and Trigon.
Ah, he did Kevin. Anyway.
Yeah.
um,
Jokes for anyone like what is like a comment if you get the joke between Kevin and Vash.
pretty much. Um, I don't even. But, yeah. The Falcom news just doesn't stop people. Uh, I'd ignore these, but I don't want to. So, East Origin also got announced that it's coming to Switch in 2020. This was actually being ported by .emu. So, was not expecting this whatsoever, but my god, closer to the dream that I personally want. First goal is I would like every East game on Switch, because East games are perfect for Switch. And I know that's a meme for fucking Switch port beggars when they say that line, but I genuinely believe East games, with their short, like almost arcade-like gameplay and like fast, like action to them, they are perfect to pick up and play. Hence why, like, East 8 on Switch, I'd imagine did better than East 8 on PS4 at this point. At least they're like probably tied, I'd imagine. I know that game did very well on Switch. So it's
Yeah, despite like its performance issues, but it did sell
yeah.
pretty well though.
But then seeing this, I'm like, it's perfect. East Origin, as far as the ones that I've played in like the E6 engine games, or even like, the classic book 1 and 2, East Origin is by far my favorite, just in terms of like the gameplay feeling tight. It's like the third one with that engine where they really nailed it and it felt great. Still has a little bit of jank. It was kind of funny to just like see my sister playing it on vacation too for a little bit, and she had to do like the first boss one, like climbing on like the arms and stuff, and I'm like, it's a little jank, it's a little bit, but you get used to it the more you try, But it's a fantastic game. If you have not played East Origin, definitely pick up this game on Switch when you can, because it's a sprite based game. It's not going to be a bad port, hopefully. It should not be. Oh boy, that'd be the cursed timeline. Actually, do you know about .emu doing ports? What's the track record on them?
From what I've heard is that I know the PS4 and Xbox version like runs pretty well. I heard that there was like some weird jank issues on the Vita version, so hopefully this will match to the likes of the PS4 and the Xbox One version.
Yeah. But that's pretty much it. It's already on Steam and like GOG, but just the fact that it's coming out on Switch, I'm just like, yes, one step closer to what I want to see. Obviously, the Trail series coming to Switch would be great as well, but if I had to pick between East or Trails games being on Switch, I'd pick East every single time. Those are just more suited to handheld play and being able to enjoy it like that, personally.
Yeah.
But yeah, so, man, this one's gotta be mainly all you, man. So,
All right, man.
Shin
So,
Megami. Oh, I'll just like read the headline for you. But Shin Megami
all right.
Tensei 3, Nocturne HD. Nobody saw coming. This was announced in the Nintendo Direct menu that was mainly focused on third party, or as Nintendo call it, like their partners, announcing a lot of games recently. And this shit took me completely off guard. I don't think this was leaked anywhere, and people did not see this coming whatsoever. But
Yeah,
you can take it.
so context is that like yeah, so we had like a direct mini that happened recently. And of course, not everyone read the description where it says we're just featuring our publishing partners. So basically like the direct mini came out and thank God it was a video. So with that
Yeah.
video I could just skip straight, to the good shit. So when I skip, to a certain part where like to see rest of the good stuff, like first thing we see like a trailer like video for like SNT 3 Nocturne. I'm like, no fucking way. Don't you dare play with me. Because I thought it was going to be like, oh, they're going to talk about like, the certain history of SNT leading up to SNT 5. But then when I saw the gameplay footage, winding up into widescreen in HD.
It was insane. God, I love that transition.
Dude, I'm like, bro, can't believe we're getting Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne HD Remaster. And I'm just like happy to see this because I've been like I've been wanting like this for a long time. Because like I know there was like a certain point where like there was an interview where one of the people at Atlas discussed about like wanting doing a remaster for a long time as well.
Yeah.
And what doesn't help is that like I think it was like a few days before this, where I was helping Vex setting up her PS2 emulator so she can play like the other Atlas games.
Yeah.
So after looking at like I helped her set up like to play SNC 3 Nocturne and the Digital Devil Saga duology. Next thing you know, we saw this, and Vex is like, well, I don't need that. Well, there goes like all the work we put into SNC 3. Like a Nocturne to play on that emulator, but oh well. I'm like, at least you can play Digital Devil Saga, right? And basically, like, this is definitely like a huge thing because this is actually like definitely the most popular title in the mainline series.
Yeah. No doubt.
Yeah, because keep in mind is that all you kiddies out there that love to post that Dante from the Devil May Cry series sticker, that's where this came from.
Yeah, just like Terry, the Smash character. Oh,
yep.
man.
So yeah, so all you like meme kiddies and memers out there that have been using like Dante from the Devil May Cry series, this is where this came from. So obviously, like we're getting like an HD remaster, so it's looking nice. It's in in brand new lighting. All the textures have been fixed up because before, like if you were to like blow up the resolution like in the PS2 emulator, right?
Yeah.
Like for example, like under Demi-Fiend's like his tattoos, it will look very pixelated. So they actually like fixed the textures. And one thing I will like put out is that like so obviously this is an RPG. This is definitely what Atlas has been making before they did the Persona spin-offs. And obviously you're like in this apocalyptic world, collecting demons and angels, and choosing the path of like of chaos, law, many other things, right?
Yeah.
And the thing I like about this game is that like definitely it has a unique art style thanks to Kazuma Kaneko.
The legend.
Yeah, which I'm just happy that his art style looks like it can pop off more in HD. And then the battle system has like is very unique as well. It's like it uses like their unique system called the Pressner system where if you exploit like enemy's weakness or pass a turn, you would get like an extra turn.
Mm-hmm.
But the twist is that like is not only you can take advantage of it, you also have to be careful that the enemies can also take advantage of it as well. So
I'm terrified
like,
of this game.
So if you like miss an attack or stuff like that, then just be prepared, to get to get your butt whooped.
Oh my god, I am absolutely terrified because it's like I want to check this out. That's cool. Fuck me, I've heard nothing but nightmare stories of this game.
Well, thing is that like is you just gotta be smart though. You just gotta like
I know, but
approach like most
that's
of these
great for a
battles.
streamer looking back and forth between gameplay and chat.
Well, not.
That's gonna be painful.
Yeah, so most notably, like, this game is, like, definitely very challenging and hard. Depending on, like, of how you play the game, right? Like, like, thing is, like, the game you just have to, like, learn a lot, right? Especially when it comes to, like, buff and debuffs.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I've heard that really matters a lot in this game. But at least they're adding in a easier mode.
Yeah,
Like the merciful
so the
difficulty.
addition to this is that, like, they're adding a merciful difficulty as a free DLC. So, in case you want to check out this game and are intimidated by like the stories of my good nemesis Matador, or or Mr. Coffin Man Mott.
Man,
Yeah, you can again. You can always like check it out with Merciful, just to see how it goes, right?
you watch that fight still be hard. Oh man.
Well, see. Like, so the interesting thing, like, with this is that, like, we're getting, like, a different version of this game that's based on, right? So, the
Yep.
HD Remaster is being based on the last version of SNT3, because there was 3 versions, right? Where there was, like, Vanilla, Maniacs, aka Director's Cut, and
Yep.
then, not Maniacs Chronicles. So, basically what it means is that like so what we got over here back in the day was the Maniacs version, aka people call it the Dante version.
Yeah.
And then the HD remaster that's being based on is this one contains Raito, Kozunoha from the Devil Summoner series. So basically we're getting the Raito version, which I know like it kind of like bummed people out because like I thought we were gonna get like Dante though.
Yeah.
However, there was like a few things I will pick up. I did grab like a few info from this Twitter account called from this dude named Laurie. Did you know Tensei? Pretty chill dude who likes to discuss about like anything like Megaten.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he he actually like found that he found like someone that like this game is coming out like in Korea and China, right?
Yeah.
And he learned that like both the Korean and the Chinese version of his games will not contain Raito because, well, of history and sensitive stuff, like in history, right? So we're not sure what they're gonna do, right? Because it can there's like 2 things that can happen, right? Where either A, they will try to like remodel Raito and just put it as an OC, pull like a Soul Blade where like Mitsurugi got turned into a wait, into a white dude, like,
Yeah.
wait, with blonde hair and with an eye patch. Or B, that Korea and China might be getting Dante as a replacement.
Man, that'd be nuts.
Yeah. Like I said, like, there is, like, a DLC section, like, on the website, so who knows what they're putting in.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's pretty much like again, it's a cult classic like back in the day. Again, people love this game. Obviously, there's like lots of amazing memes that people like kept in the vault for a long time for this fateful announcement.
Man.
And finally, I was gonna say is that like yeah, I definitely like wasn't expecting this, but again, I'm pretty excited to like play this game again, and this time with a different version of the game.
Yeah. Which, like you said, it's the most popular one, so I'm glad that it's there. Which, the reason why this bait and switch works, like, really well for this announcement, too, which I didn't put in the full article, because it was a very brief trailer, but they also immediately led into Shin Megami Tensei 5. Finally, after a lot of people waiting months and months, I think it was, like, was it over a year, or was it, like, a little less than a year? I'm trying to remember. How long has it been?
I think it was like almost a year since we last saw like the trailer for SNT 5.
Yeah, and I was like, they finally got one. Finally got actual footage and like actual like MC like models and everything. I was like, Jesus Christ, that took way longer than I thought it would. but you know, I'm not even a fan of it, so it's like it was just like in the back of my head. It wasn't like a thing I was waiting for personally. But it was cool that they added it. But the reason why, like, it was cool to just see, like you said, like the timeline, you're like, oh, okay, they're gonna show that 3 came out in the West, and it was like this big deal, whatever. And then just seeing it like go to widescreen, I was like, oh shit, wait, no, it's not just a timeline thing leading up to 5. Like I thought I was gonna set up for that. But that was pretty cool. So yeah, 5 looks 5 looks really good as well from what we saw in that trailer. Granted, it was a bit of CG, but art style wise, it still looks very good, very sharp.
Yeah. Oh, I will say like that was actually just in-game footage.
Was it
But
all
the only
in-game?
Yeah, because like the thing with SNT5 is that they're actually using a brand new engine.
Okay.
Yeah, because like this is the first time I was using the Unreal Engine.
Oh yeah, true. God, it's
Yeah.
been so long that I forgot. Yeah, that was one of the first things they announced for Unreal Engine support on Switch.
Yeah. So literally like we saw like how the game looks like in game, right? Like I mean I was like very happy to see what the MC looks like and seeing what the setting is like, along with seeing like how these models look, the lighting and everything.
Yeah.
And and plus like the only like downside, oh, and also of course like getting confirmation we're getting a worldwide release,
Which is good, because yeah, that's the last thing I was expecting from freaking Atlas.
yeah. And like I said, like I'm not sure if it's either like an Atlas move or was it just a extra push that was from Nintendo themselves, being a Switch exclusive.
That's true. They could have helped with some of their localization teams.
Yeah. So I'm actually very surprised about that. This is actually like the third time that like the SNT series like made like a power move when it comes to like release dates compared to Persona, where like
Yeah.
SNT 4 that came out like 2 months after like Japanese like release date.
Yeah.
And then what's more ridiculous that we got SNT 4 Apocalypse in the West before Persona 5 could even come out over here.
God. It makes me wonder, though, yeah, maybe Nintendo's, some of their localization themes are actually helping out with this. Wouldn't be surprised, because I know they were promoting 4 quite a bit when that came out on 3DS as well.
Yeah. Now, really, the other cool thing, like, I think no one has mentioned for SNT 5 is that, including for 3, is we're getting, like, other language localizations as well, because we're getting, like, Spanish, Italian, other European languages.
Nice. And last thing I was gonna say too before we move on was that it is kind of smart. I wonder if this had something to do with it, where they mentioned that at least a lot of people have been saying from 5's trailer that it seems like 5 is very much like 3 inspired based off like the premise.
Oh yeah.
So I wonder if they had like talks like, and then they were like, we should just bring Nocturne back to give people more context to like how this setting is compared to the other games in the series.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the other thing I also forgot to mention is like for SNC 3 is that it's coming for PS4 and Switch, but yeah, there was like a weird many theories that are coming out of people's head, right? Where like again, like I also like discussed about this like with X2, where like we both everyone like thought like 5 might be some sort of a pseudo sequel to 3, because why would they put like an HD remaster to go along with 5?
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't help that like one part of the trailer where you see like this this like Iron Man like looking dude like dropping up from the sky.
Yeah.
Like he look a little glimpse like our main protagonist, the Demi Fiend from SNT 3.
Man.
And again, there's a lot of crazy theories that like pretty much like we're not sure if this might be a pseudo sequel like to 3. But then again, it would not be the first one because, well, SNT 1 and 2 are connected in some way, while 4 and 4 Apocalypse were also sequels as well. The only one that didn't have like a a sequel or a follow up was 3.
Makes sense. Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, regardless, it's weird going from like this drought for those fans and then just thriving off of 2 releases now. I'm like, damn, that's a power move.
Yeah, that's like a big ass power with SNT, like out of all things.
That's insane. People were memeing saying like, "Oh man, it's dead," and fans had to endure that shit, and now they can just shove it right into those people's faces. Like, you love to see it. Oh man.
Yep, I love that shit too. But man, I will say it's like I'm looking forward to the day when this man streams SNT3.
Someday. I did mention that I would like to check out the series in some form, at least maybe like the Western releases of the series. But we'll see. That's not happening for a while because Trails is already going to keep me busy with JRPGs,
Oh yeah.
and I'm definitely going
That's
to
what I
take a
said
break.
in the future.
Yeah. But I guess moving on. This is pretty brief. Because I was not expecting this. So apparently, Fantasy Strike is now free to play. That trailer came out of nowhere, but I haven't been really following the news too much with this game. But oh man, I think I'm better off just leaving it to you. So it seems like a good idea. Trailer shows off that you have a lot of the characters and you can do like online. So what's the problem with this? It seems like it's pretty good for free to play.
Can I play with my friends? The developers say no. You gotta buy like the core pack in order to play with your friends.
Christ. I'm just looking like that's priced at 20, so I'm like, what's the point if you want to play? Like, I guess having it free is better than nothing if you just want to try out the game, you know? But man, that's a yikes. I will say though, at the very least, while it's not perfect, I do wish more fighting games could let you try it in some way, just like Killer Instinct did. Because I was saying, Killer Instinct is still like in DMs when we were talking about this. Killer Instinct is still the best way they've done this model, where you get a character but you can do whatever you want with it, right? Like you could just get Jago for free, and you can just mess with whatever you want. And if you want to buy more, you can later. But yeah, this is weird. This is cutting off like playing online with friends, which is like kind of tough to learn. But at least you can still learn the game in some way. I'll give it that. You know. So, it's not perfect, but yeah, if you do want to check out Fantasy Strike, it's completely free to play now. And I would still recommend it. Just if you want a very simple fighting game, but you can still like, you know, kind of learn a few fundamentals from this game. This game's actually pretty good to start learning. You're not going to learn everything here. It's a very simplified fighting game for a reason. But for when I did play it over at Doe's Place, it was a pretty fun time. You could still do a bunch of mix-ups. Like some characters have like these really rough like rush down mechanics despite a limited moveset. I was kind of surprised.
Yeah.
So
also,
it is
like,
a pretty fun game.
despite like not a huge fan of Fantasy Strike, but I'll tell you guys this though. At least this game has crossplay.
Yeah.
And rollback.
Pretty much, yeah, crossplay and rollback. And while it's not the same as like every other fighting game, it does teach you some stuff that will transfer over to other games. At least fundamentals. But yeah, that was pretty much it. Because it's just like, man, they almost had a pretty good way to release it, and they kind of had to divvy it up in some weird ways.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, but moving on. This is pretty dope because it was kind of leading up to this. I'm not shocked, but I will take this 100%. So, Team Reptile announces Bomb Rush Cyberfunk for PC, featuring music by the one and only himself, Hideki Naganuma.
Hideki Naganuma, the shitposter himself.
Good lord. I feel like I've watched this teaser like 30 times by now.
Dude, I saw this, I think it's the 30 times I saw as well.
Like, oh Christ. And it looks great too.
Yeah, so context is that like this is a studio that made like the game Lethal League.
Yep.
Which is pretty much like, you know, Pong Smash.
Yeah, and then Blaze the sequel afterwards, and we're going with like a 3D CG, or rather like a 3D self-shaded style that already people were thinking like, this looks like Jet Set Radio. Because Jet Set Radio was one of the first games that really messed with self-shading like that.
Yeah, and plus it didn't help that like in Blaze, right, they actually got a song from Hideki Naganuma being like, this looks like Jet Set Radio. They got one song from the man that made the soundtrack for Jet Set Radio.
Like, all the pieces were there. I'm like, they could do this. They already have the man in contact for the music. They're nailing the style, right? It's just, it's a matter of time. And there were other games that have tried. Like, I think you said, what was the game? Hover?
Yeah, it was like Hover, which is like a Kickstarter game, like a long time ago.
Yeah, and there are others that tried but couldn't quite get the style right for gameplay. And I will say this, a lot of people are immediately putting in the, oh my god, this is what you get for not doing Jet Set Radio, we already have this, right? And I get that to a point, but a lot of people are so quick to claim this stuff, and they forget about Mighty Number 9, right?
Yeah.
They forget about when that Kickstarter happened. They were like, "Oh man, fuck you, Capcom. If you're not gonna do Mega Man, we'll do it ourselves." Or like, this is where we're gonna put our flag down. And I'm all for the hype. Don't get me wrong. I'm excited for this. I really am. But I'm not so quick to call it a Jet Set Radio replacement until I actually get my hands on it and it feels right. And even then, it's not going to have the characters that are from that series. It's not going to have that exact same music. It'll have new ones that are going to be great by Hideki. But it's this thing where it's like people gotta appreciate it for what it is on its own merits as well. It's a spiritual successor, and that's kind of what it is that people always forget. Like, they just think it's just going to be a replacement for this thing, but listen, let it do its own thing too, just appreciate it for what it is, because there's no way it's gonna nail everything you want out of the series, At least I don't ever expect that when it comes to spiritual successors, unless it's made by the same people who made it, which Team Reptile, as great as they are, it's not the original team that made the series. You're not really gonna get the exact same thing,
Yeah, like I said, like if it was something like Bloodstain, right? At least I'm no sure that they're gonna nail the style.
Yeah.
But like for this, is that like they got like the look of the game,
the look and the music,
style of the game, and the music as well. The only thing I'm waiting for is how does the game feel compared, to the series is inspired from.
Yeah. So I'm like, we'll see. What I'm trying to say is just that I don't want to put in the replacement label immediately on this thing, right? It's a little too premature for my liking, but please be excited. Please look forward to this. I will be putting this on my radar for sure. It's already on my radar, but yeah, time will tell. But I'm loving what I'm seeing so far in that little teaser.
Same here.
So this, oh my god, dude, I think I was actually...
Yes,
we're getting into Xbox conference stuff. I think I was actually at the airport when this was going down. Yeah. I was actually on the airport, so I did not get to see this until later.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wait, you were like making your trip back home while it was only me and Vex that were like catching the the Microsoft show live.
Yeah.
So speaking of more spiritual successors, so apparently they did like a pre-show thing, right? Before the Xbox showcase stream happened.
Yeah.
And the first thing we saw so let me just read the article. Is that Square Enix and Yuji Naka announced a 3D action platform Balan Wonderland for PS5, Xbox Series X, PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. So what happened is that we saw Yuji Naka on the screen, right, just talking about his upcoming project, because he's teasing he was working on a new action game for Square Enix.
Yeah.
And then what's surprising is that he actually brought over another person where he hasn't worked with for many years, man. And this person has to be Naoto Oshima, who was, the co-creator of Sonic and the designers for Sonic and Dr. Eggman.
Yeah.
And basically, they announced this brand new 3D action platformer called Balan Wonderland. And literally this game looks like a cross between Knights and Billy Hatcher.
I could see that. It's honestly insane.
It's so crazy, man. Literally the art style, I actually got to see some of the 2D art.
The 2D art,
that's,
oh my god, I'm I need more of that. That's
dude,
that's so close to the Puyo Puyo art style that I love so much. I just love these art styles that are very much 2D and flat, but they're so expressive and so just fun to look at. I love those types of art styles.
Yeah, like literally like that art style. It's like a blend between like Puyo and Sonic Adventure.
Yeah, I love it.
Like we see like a little bit of like of how the game looks like in the game footage, and yeah, I mean like hopefully it looks like a very fun platformer. Obviously, like you play as like these two characters, both this boy and this girl. And the other creatures, like you see, like in those promos, those are actually costumes, and those costumes will be like your abilities to get around like these levels.
Yeah, and for me, it definitely gave me some Billy Hatcher vibes as well. Like with just the art style looks like more like Knights, but man, like when I see it as like a 3D action platform, like a lot of people have like probably didn't play that game. It's not perfect, but I remember renting it and still enjoying it for what it was.
Yeah,
So I was like, man, it's cool to see this like Sega charm back after so long.
yeah, same here. Like I just love how everything looks. So I'm just hoping like it's a fun time. And one of the cool things, like I think that wasn't mentioned in this press release, is that like well, one thing's for sure is that in case like if you buy this game either on the PS5 or Xbox One, you will get like a free upgrade to a PS5 or Xbox Series X version.
Nice.
And the other cool thing also did notice is like there's also like a local co-op as well,
Yeah.
which is pretty cool. And then the cool thing like that wasn't featured like in the trailer, but I just saw on the website is that you can change the skin tones of your MCs.
Oh wow. Okay. I'm always down for more options like that, so that's good to know.
Yeah, because for example, like there was like in some glimpses of the trailer, but in the website, like I just saw like where you can make him like obviously look like a white person or an Asian or Hispanic or a black person.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, which is nice though. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's such a minor thing that a lot of games just don't let you have because a lot of people like it's a matter of just feeling like you're included. Some people just want it to be more closer to how they look like.
Yeah, I mean like props to Yuji Naka and not to like and the rest of the team for doing that.
Yeah. So I'm like, this is dope. This is like genuinely one of the biggest surprises of that conference for me. I'm like, I can't wait for this. Like, I know I've been playing a lot of like JRPGs and like fighting games, but 3D platformers, like a lot of kids, I'd imagine, I grew up with that shit, so I'm still completely down for this.
Yeah, I'm just like very excited, to like get myself like a like I said, like Yuji Naka has been making other games, but it's been like a long time since he made like another platformer.
Yeah, and this is like Nuji Naka, like, God bless him, but this is like the first one where I'm like, it really is like that real shit meme where it's like, oh man, finally, it's on my radar.
Right? Like before it was like Let's Tap and that Kiwi game for the Wii and other like weird like experimental games that he messed with. But this time, like he's now working with like the co-creator of Sonic that he hasn't worked with for a long ass time as for a new 3D platformer. Hell yeah, let's go!
Like it's insane. I'm just like, yes, been waiting for this. Oh man, but I'll also let you take care of this one as well since you know most of the details.
All right, so funny story with this one. So obviously during the Xbox stream is so when me and Vex saw this, right, we saw Phantasy Star Online 20th anniversary, new graphics because those graphics didn't look that nice in Phantasy Star Online 2.
Yeah,
and we immediately thought, is this Phantasy Star Online 3?
Max had the same reaction. I was like, "What the fuck is this?" Of course,
Dude.
I didn't see it live, so I didn't like have nearly as much of the. I had it for like 5 seconds, and I googled. Oh, okay, never mind. But yeah, Max and everyone had that same reaction.
Dude, I thought of Phantasy Star Online 3. Even Vex thought the same thing too. Even like later on, like I had a talk with Shin, right? Even Shin thought it was Phantasy Star Online 3 as well.
Because it graphically looks so better. Like, holy shit.
It looks so nice, man. Like, and then we saw like the title screen, Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis.
Man, which is pretty. I love how it's Genesis since it's with Sega. It's very fitting.
Because Sega. Sega. Anyway. So yeah, like they're planning to like launch a brand new game. So keep in mind is that like we thought like it took like a while for them to get like proper answers, right? So we thought it was gonna be like an expansion.
Yeah.
But no, this is actually an entire brand new separate game from Phantasy Star Online 2. So the reason why it does call Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis is because the story in this game takes place 1,000 years after Phantasy Star Online 2, and also marketing reasons because PSO2 makes the money.
Pretty much, yeah. That's the corporate answer.
Yeah, so pretty much it's planned to come out like next year. Obviously, in the West, it's coming out for like Xbox Series X, and of course on Windows Store, and hopefully get into other PC platforms like Steam recently with PSO2.
Yeah. Which I'm like, thank God for that. Yeah, I'm waiting till August 5th to even like consider messing with PSO2 now that I heard it's coming out on Steam.
Yeah, so obviously, like when we saw the trailer, right, it's definitely like a whole different game where we have like new graphics, new visuals, and even the gameplay is very different too. Where the way like you maneuver around is a lot more freeform than what you can do in PSO2.
Yeah,
because the way you dodge looks more smooth. You can also freaking like fly and stuff, which also excited like Shuri and being like, "Oh my god, I wanted that in PSO2."
Yeah, which I know sounds like a huge fan of Xenoblade X, so I was like, oh man, it's getting into that territory now.
Yeah, I was gonna say like yeah, from the visual standpoint, yeah, like I know many people like Shiren that loves Xenoblade X were like, bro, this just looks like Xenoblade X.
Man.
Yeah, so there's definitely like lots of big changes, including like even like the attack animations looks more smooth and not as jank as in PSO2.
Yeah.
So pretty much you can tell that like it's definitely a brand new game. But the interesting part about this is that in the video that they put out, right, is that there was a question is like what's going to happen to the original PSO2.
Yeah.
And like, oh, it's gonna coexist. It's gonna be running at the same time with New Genesis, which is crazy because it's like it's almost like trying to because like the way I look at PS2 New Genesis, right? It's like FF14 like A Realm Reborn, and it's like doing like an FF14 A Realm Reborn and the original FF14. But I'd say the best comparison I could put with this is that like this is like similar to like RuneScape and RuneScape Classic.
Oh man, people feeling real old.
That is some old school shit that I think some of you may understand. So yeah, it's kind of like that example, right, where like you have like this game running alongside the new game, which is actually pretty cool though. The cool thing they mentioned is that you were able to transfer your characters from PSO2. Like the only thing will be transferring is the appearance. Anything that's like stats, classes, or anything gameplay related will not get transferred because you're starting from scratch with this brand new system in New Genesis.
Yeah.
So I'm like at the point where like you know what, I can finally drop PSO2 and wait for this new one to drop. Just because like the way like it looks and feels speaks out to me more.
Yeah. No, I totally get that. I'm probably still gonna mess with PSO2 on Steam a little bit just so I can, kind of understand how the gameplay goes and all that stuff, but I'm going in and not investing a ton of time into it because I know that's gonna come out,
Yeah.
But I still gotta mess with it at least a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously nothing wrong with that. Just need to get familiar with it before you go into new Genesis.
Yep.
So, the other thing also did notice is that like there's like one certain gameplay element that's only in PS2 that I think will not be in PS2 New Genesis is that you have like this thing called mags.
Mm-hmm.
Think of it as like your like robot buddies that's like hovers over your shoulder and they provide like support.
Yeah.
The problem with those guys is that like they're like Tamagotchis.
Huh.
You had to constantly feed them, like, like just to make sure they can do their thing. But you have to be very careful of what you feed them because you have to feed them in order to get like to provide you with the right stat, not with the wrong stat.
Yeah.
Which is like a pain in the which is like my other gripe with PSO2. So it seems like they're getting like transferred as a, just as an appearance thing, not as a gameplay thing.
Mm.
So hopefully, that will bring me in more.
Hopefully.
And another thing I will point out is that like the enemies in PS2 New Genesis are more bigger than what they are in PSO2.
Ah,
It's
okay.
almost like we're almost at the point where like those sizes, we're almost at the Monster Hunter sizes.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah. Where like when I saw like footage where like everyone just like dodging everywhere, I'm like, bro, now this is getting into like Monster Hunter territory right there.
No complaints from me, obviously. Man.
Yeah. And the other thing I will point out is yeah, besides like with the new system is that like the other funny like showcase that they show off like for the new character models is that the characters can finally move their fingers.
Oh my god. Next gen, the
Uh
future is here.
Next gen, they can finally move their fingers.
I can't believe this.
Reminds me like, of the time where like at the Microsoft conference where they were showing like what does a the avatar like shoes on the bottom look like.
Pretty much. Oh man. Um but I'll
So
oh, I was gonna say, were you
yeah,
done or should I go to the next one?
oh yeah, basically like yeah. So in case you're getting into so this is coming out next year, right? And the other cool thing I will confirm is this will also be free to play. So they will
Yeah.
not be, charging for this. Only for like cosmetics and stuff.
Noise. Um which I mean I kind of expected, but yeah, it's always good to know. Um but the other thing from the Xbox conference, I only picked out the stuff that I cared about, so it was mainly like three things. Um
Speaking of cursed things,
Man, so yeah, long story short, Dragon Quest 11S, S specifically, which is the I'd say the definitive version, um, is coming to PS4, Xbox One, and PC. So it was basically exclusive for about a month on Switch. But man, once again, my cursed timing, it's a running trend. I hate it. Where, oh man, I just got the Switch version. And now that it's on PC, I do not care. Or not, it's going to be on PC. Because if I'm ever going to stream the game for the first time, it's going to be on PC where it's just going to look better. But I have heard some things that are disappointing.
yeah, and I have seen those things.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you wanna take it? Cause man, oh man,
All
Square
right,
Square Enix
so
has had to do it again.
yeah, so I might as well since I played this game.
Yeah,
So basically what happened. So even though like people were waiting for this, right? The downside to it is that this is not going to be an upgrade.
nope.
Not going to be an upgrade for those that have it on have like the PS4 versions or the Steam versions. So thing is, like you have to like pay. I think it was like $39.
I believe so. Yeah, yeah, they're charging
Yeah,
40.
it's so basically you're gonna pay like $40 in order to get like the definitive edition for this, which is a shame though. And the other like problem like people were complaining is that even though like, we're getting like the orchestrated soundtrack and stuff, people like were complaining is that like when they saw like shots for the definitive edition like for like Steam PS4,
Yeah,
the problem was like this is still based on the Switch version where they actually had to like downscale the graphics.
yeah, and I'm just, God, man, like, why couldn't you just upscale that, or like, just use like the actual PC version as the base and add the stuff in it? Christ, I don't get it.
It's weird, man.
It's super super frustrating.
Yeah. The only hope I can say is that hopefully there's like modders out there that may be able to fix that issue for the Steam version.
Yeah, like that's the first thing people said is like mods are gonna fix this in like a year, but for right now you're just gonna suffer. Just
Yeah.
they really could have just made it the best version and they just said, nope, we're we ain't gonna do shit. I'm like, come on, bro. Come on. At least the content is there for those people. They can at least play it now on those platforms, but it really shouldn't have been like this. So yeah, I mean, get it if you still want the content and want to play it on PS4 or PC, but unfortunately, yeah, they use the Switch version as a base, so graphically it's gonna look inferior. It's oh my god. It's so baffling. Square Enix, for some reason, they just can't do ports. Oh my god, they're horrendous at it.
Yeah, that was like the weird news that like we had Belen Wonderland, the greatest news from Square, and then we have like the most terrible news, which is the port of DQ11S.
Yeah, and it's always one of the worst types of announcements where like you see and you're like, fuck yeah, right? People watching live are probably excited, and then they read the follow-ups on Twitter or the articles, and then they get immediately disappointed. Because there are some things that you just don't see until you see like comparison screenshots. You're like, man, what the fuck? Right? Like after the fact, like that's the worst kind of announcement.
Yeah, just like insert the gif of like the guy like looking into his fridge and finds nothing.
Pretty much. Oh man. But that's pretty much it for that. Although, unless you were gonna say anything else.
I was gonna say like, well, Godspeed those modders though. Hopefully they don't get like screwed over by Square though.
They really got their work cut out for them. Oh man. It's yeah. I will say though, I don't mean to give these over to you like consistently like this, but listen, man, this one's also yours.
Great, more for me.
I swear. Like, I mean, I'm also excited for this too, but you could elaborate way more as like a fan of the series. So,
all right, so
I'll at least say this. So, recently there's a Kickstarter. It is still up. If you want to support it, please do. From what I've seen, it's been nothing but amazing. But Aiden Chronicle is basically a spiritual successor to the Suikoden series, and it looks fucking great. It's exactly what I wanted art style wise. I want more games to look like Octopath, and I want more games to really push like old school JRPGs that actually look like them, damn it, you know? So I'm super down for that, but I'll let you take the rest, because you followed more of the Kickstarter like updates, probably. I have not.
Okay, so funny story about this is that, like, I was like looking it up on Twitter, right?
Yeah.
And then suddenly, like, there was a post from like from the creator of Suikoden being like, "Oh, I'm gonna do an announcement for a new project," and I'm like, "What kind of new project?" I want to get my hopes up.
Reminds you of that freaking like bear meme where it's like a cup, but it's like all sweaty because of all like the water like pouring off of it. But yeah.
So, and then like I shared like this news to Vex, right? And the Vex is like, I'm not gonna put my hopes up. I'm like, oh. I'm like, I want something to happen, and if it was a different thing, you know what? I may check it out, or if it's not like Suikoden related, I'm like, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Like I'll live. And then suddenly, like, I woke up. And then Vex like sent me like a couple of things in DMs.
No. You should have said I woke up, and then I woke up. But go on.
All right. So anyway, so Vex like sent me like a couple of tweets in the DMs, letting me know, being like, so the announcement turned out to be like a Kickstarter campaign. For a game called Aiden Chronicles, that is a spiritual successor to the Suikoden series. I'm like, oh, bruh. Thank God! Like, dude, I was like prepared to cry, man. Like in advance, I was gonna tear up.
Don't even blame you. It's been how many years since the last game? It was like on PS2, right? Jesus.
Yeah, dude, last game was like Suikoden 5 on PS2, and then the rest of it were just like random spin-offs. I think it was like a spin-off on the DS or something like that.
Damn.
That's how long it has been, man. And after that, like, Konami has like not been doing anything with that IP along with the rest of their IPs these days. And what's amazing is I'm surprised, like, they haven't done like a gacha game for Suikoden.
Christ, could you imagine? Actually, no, don't.
Yeah, please don't do it.
Oh man. But yeah, it's just really great to see. I still need to actually look at the rewards or like the incentives, because I still haven't put the money down. But I want to. It's just that I haven't had the time yet. But man, it's it looks great. I still have not played the Suikoden games, and honestly, between SMT or the Suikoden series is like the next JRPG series I'd like to check out, I'd sooner check out Suikoden, I'm not gonna lie. It seems like it'd be more up my alley. But I don't know. It's just at some point I gotta check out the series for real. Are they all? Are there any like weird, divisive ones in the series?
Definitely I can tell you is that like so 1, 2, 3, and 5. So 1, 2 are like the most beloved ones, right?
Yeah.
3 is pretty great. One I know a lot of people love. It's a fun fact. That's like the obvious inspiration to the upcoming Hajime no Kaseki in the Trail series.
Ah, okay.
And then the most divisive one is 4. 4 people like it. Well, it's either it was okay or they just did not like it at all.
Hmm.
And then 5 was pretty much like in a right game. Like it kind of made up it was like an apology game after 4.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like I was gonna say, yeah, I don't blame you like for like checking like Suikoden soon because like with SMT like that's like a whole different ball game right there.
Man.
And plus it's more fitting like if you follow up with Suikoden, right? Because Suikoden, the Trail series likes to take a lot of it has like a lot of inspired things from Suikoden.
Yeah.
Especially look at that, the main pro tech uses a bow staff.
Can't believe that.
Just like the pro tech in Suikoden.
Suikoden invented the bow staff. I'm kidding.
And look, there's Lloyd who uses like botons, and the main pro tech in Suikoden deals he uses like botons.
All weapon types belong to Suikoden. Nah, but the coincidences are definitely there, and they have admitted.
Yeah, so anyway, like they like launched a Kickstarter campaign, and not surprised that it took like a few hours to reach their goal.
Yeah.
So they are planning, like to release this on PC in fall 2022, and they didn't made it to a stretch goal to like get like console versions as well, where they'll put out for like PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Series X.
Yep.
And they say they might be thinking about putting a Switch, but they're waiting to see if there's gonna be like another Nintendo system coming out.
Yeah, which I would hope that Nintendo's doing that, because there's no way those multiplats are really gonna work out so nice if they don't upgrade at least a little bit.
Yeah, like I just hope like they'll wait on that like Nintendo version like after they're done with the PC and the PlayStation Xbox versions.
Yeah, I have to say though, the response was so refreshing to just see like the honesty and saying like, look, every single time we've seen these Kickstarters where they announce for these like lesser like spec wise devices or like Vita or 3DS or what have you, they always get canceled, and it takes way too much time from like resource and development of the actual game that it just ends up not working out, and it's never a great idea from what they've seen. And I'm like, yes, thank you, I completely understand, because yeah, it's never been a good idea, so if they just need to focus on their core game and then look into downscaling if they can later, that's how it should be done. They should not be trying to do several different types of the game at the same time. It's just going to make it a worse product in the end.
Pretty much. And oh yeah, actually, if you can scroll away for a moment, I'll scroll on the article. Actually, yeah, right there. Just go to the about section. Yeah. So, they like this very hilarious video, right, where they reveal like who's part of the staff. So, yeah. Fun thing is like, so how like in Berlin Wonderland where we had like Yuji Naka working with someone else he hasn't worked in many years.
Yeah.
Same thing for Suikoden, where same thing for Aiden Chronicles, where the creator like Yoshitaka Moriyama, who did like Suikoden 1 and 2, like is working with Junko Kawano, who was like did most of the awesome character designs, and he hasn't like worked with her in over 25 years, man.
Yeah, like it's insane to just to put that into context is like nuts. Just trying to, God, I'm like slightly over 25 years old. Like that's insane.
Like it's crazy. Like they even got like other staffs. Like I think a couple of them worked on the other Suikoden titles, and then one of them was, I believe his name was Junichi, where he was like the director of Castlevania Aria Sorrow.
Nice.
Yeah, so I like how like this is like like a smaller like reunion team of like ex Konami staff. So obviously, like what we saw like in the in the Kickstarter, right, where like so they showed the stuff, right, and then obviously they got like Ego to be part of the video because obviously Ego gives them like their blessing with the Kickstarter campaign.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like I used to work with these guys for Konami, so hopefully they can join the trend of like joining the spiritual successors to the Konami IPs that will never be made.
That's the thing. I was just thinking, like, at some point, Team Silent's gonna come back. Like, it's gonna be insane, dude.
Yep, and just
Christ,
wait till
Konami's doing fuck
like
all right now. It's embarrassing.
yeah, yeah. Can't wait for both Iga and the and Yoshitaka to just like be part of that that potential like crowdfunding video for Team Silent Hill's like project.
Yeah.
So anyway, so like how the game looks like, right, is that it looks like Octopath, right, where it's like it's in 2.5D where you have like 3D backgrounds and 2D sprites.
Yep.
And they describe it as that it follows a deep story with 100 characters, hence the name 100 heroes.
Yeah, which for me always seems so like overwhelming, but that's the thing that I guess I'll get used to as I play throughout the series and see how it actually is done.
Yeah, so because like usually in the series, right, where in the Suikoden, where it's usually like around 108 stars.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, it's quite insane like how like they managed to like fill in like most of those characters like into the story. But once you get a chance to play it, to play that game, you will understand like, how like many of these characters like were able to fit in that big number. So another thing also like they showed off is that like obviously there's like towns, a bunch of things you can explore, and also the turn-based combat literally looks like Suikoden. Like you have like one shot where it looks like the Suikoden format where you have like 6 people like in the same screen.
Yeah.
And then during like a boss fight that they showed off in one of their videos, you can see them they're in a different layout. And they showed like another one that was like in a different random battle.
Yeah.
It was also in a different layout where you have like few guys on the ground, and then there was like your caster that was like on the cliff, like in this background.
God, it looks insanely good.
Yes, I like how like they're like being very creative, like making like these layouts like for the combat system.
Yeah,
and of course that like that was the other thing that I was also pretty happy with, is that like unlike with other Kickstarter campaigns, they were confident enough to show some gameplay to see how it looks like.
Yeah.
Because I was expecting to see just concept art and that's about it. But apparently like they're like, we're just gonna show some gameplay just to see how the game looks like.
Man.
So,
which is great because it's like even if it's not completely 1-to-1 by the end, like I can totally see what they're trying to do with this, and that's enough for me.
Yeah, at least I got like a good idea though. Where where like they're gonna show off like how it looks like, and how like again like many people like the saw like the gameplay and the shots for it were like, this looks like Octopath, and even in their Kickstarter they mentioned that they were inspired by Octopath for the graphical style.
Yeah, which I didn't even need to like read that to know that even like the way the lighting is affecting the sprites and like the shading and even just like the water, it's like completely inspired by that, But I thank God, because this is a thing that I really thought people were just going to latch onto, and this is finally the first game that finally does. Because I still feel like this took too long for a game to finally get inspired by that art style. It is still like, I don't care what people think about Octopath, I actually enjoy that game quite a bit, but I know it's not perfect. But
yeah,
you cannot tell me that art style should not be what retro 16-bit revival or sprite-based games should look like. That is the future art style for me. To just see that like have the depth of 3D but still have all the charm of sprites is wonderful. I want more games to look like that. So I'm so glad that this series, because I feel like correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like this series would be like very hard to do in 3D. So doing it with sprites like this would make it way more manageable in terms of having that many characters in the game, right? Like, you even
Well,
see, like, that shot where there's so many NPCs. Like, that seems like a nightmare in 3D.
What's funny is that, like, for Suikoden, like, 3, 4, and 5, those are, like, the only ones that are in 3D in the series.
Yeah. But did they
So,
have
yeah,
a lot
because
of NPCs on, like, screen like that? Or, like, did they have to, like, trim it down?
I think, yeah, it's been a while, like, since, like, I played, like, 3, 4, and 5, but I remember, like, there was, like, some NPCs on there.
Man. Because it's just
All I
like...
know is that, like,
Oh, sorry, you go.
it's like I was gonna say that it's like a weird transition, but like what's very improved, I would say like yeah, I thought they were gonna go 3D with this, but apparently no, because again they managed to like surprise me once again. What amazes me that, as we mentioned, is that while Octopath was like developed on Unreal, all of this was made in Unity.
Nice.
Because
Man.
I would kid you not, like I thought they were using Unreal.
Same. I thought it was like Unreal as well, a little bit. Although they don't look exactly like it, so I was wondering, like, wait, is it? Like, I kind of second guessed it, but that's very impressive. Oh man. But that goes to show
Yeah,
once again what a good art style does, you know.
yeah, and of course, like look, if any Kickstarter, they had like a bunch of like these stretch goals,
Yeah.
and so what's interesting is, so remember like how they said like we have like 100 heroes,
Mm-hmm.
and in some of those stretch goals, like some of them were for new characters to bypass the 100.
God, of course.
Yeah, so I had a feeling that like they were gonna do that in order to replicate like the 108 characters like in the series previously.
Yep.
And then they also added like a couple of mini games where like they added actually no, they added like a this cool fortress mode where it was a very like fun mode that was in Suikoden 2 where you can customize your fortress.
Mm-hmm.
And then they also added like a fishing mini game because, well,
You gotta have it.
you gotta have a fishing mini game according to Yokotaro. And then the other one like I actually got excited for was
You mean you didn't get excited about the fishing minigame?
oh no, fishing minigame I'm always down, right? But this
I'm
one
messing.
just overshadowed the fishing minigame for me. It was they described the description was described as letter rip. So they literally just added a Beyblade minigame into this.
God. But there wasn't any actual like footage for it, right?
No footage yet, but actually, just like give me a moment. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
All right. So anyway, so I was gonna say, yeah. So there was like no like images or anything for the new minigames.
Yeah.
However, like they did show like awesome character art, like for the characters that they show off like in the game so far.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, like we have like our main pro tag, who had like this cool like dual wielding weapon. And I like how like everyone was saying is that like the main character looks like the main character from the first Suikoden game. And then we also got like this female character looks like a female martial artist.
Yeah.
And then there's like this dude like in this blue coat with a sword, which it looks pretty cool. And then we had like this badass like samurai lady, who kind of like reminds you of Okio from Sam Show. And then we had like this wolf guy, like literally this like anthro like wolfman.
You gotta have them.
Yeah.
Although I think the one that took it for me was it a stretch goal one? Because you know which one I'm gonna mention.
We'll get to that soon. So we also got like which we got like this like a painter guy, who just like paints like Japanese like symbols.
Mm.
Yeah, it was also pretty cool. And then lastly, I gotta mention, I think my favorite design is in this black with this wizard girl, who this like black mage person. Yeah. Like she's basically pretty much like my favorite design out of all the party members. Like, I think, she should be, like, somewhere in the screenshots. If you, like, scroll down.
Let's see.
Or actually, no. Weird.
Unfortunately, no screenshots here. Rip.
Okay. Yeah, so basically, like, she is a, this cool looking, like, a black girl mage.
Yeah.
And I'm all for it.
Nice.
And then later on, like, they were showing off, like, more characters that they're adding soon. So I think, like, the one that they only showed off on Twitter, where I think I DM'd you, where we have, like, a shark dude with a ball chain.
Pretty much. Man, although my favorite still, I was gonna say, don't know her name yet, but female Ukyo is peak aesthetic for me. Looks good.
Yeah.
But honestly, all the designs look great so far. There isn't really one
Yeah.
that like I don't like.
No, they're all fantastic. Even the shark that they showed recently on Twitter is also fantastic.
Yeah. But was there anything else? Or should we move on?
That's about it. Like, I'll probably gonna
I mean, we'll definitely bring it up again in the future when there's more updates for sure. Because the Kickstarter campaign isn't even done yet.
Yeah, like, most likely, like, I'll, donate, like, wait to this pretty soon.
Yeah. But I guess moving on, we got like a few more, but these are fairly recent, so it's all fighting games. Last 4 fighting games.
Yeah. So, funny story with this one is that this one just came out of nowhere.
Completely out of nowhere.
They just, like, announced randomly. So basically, very soon for Samurai Showdown, we got, like, a free DLC character named Gong Sung Lee from a mobile game called Honor of Kings.
Yep.
Coming out, like, in August 5. And I can tell you this is that, like, for Honor, at least, some of us, seen it and know it.
Yeah.
This guy's character, like, from a different, like, game, none of us know about.
I was just like, sure. What?
I'm like, cool, I guess.
I'm like, at least it's free.
Yeah, because I think that's a smart thing for them to do, is that they knew, like, how obscure this character is over here.
Yeah.
That they had to make her free.
Like, there was no way I'd spend money on this.
Yeah, not gonna lie, yeah. I was also, like, not feeling confident to, like, spend money on this one either.
I'd spend like $2 on a sale if it, like, because it'd be the one character that I'd have missing, I guess. But ain't no way I'd buy it day one.
Yeah.
I'd be like, I better be dirt cheap.
Yeah, so the best way we can describe this character is that she is a bunny girl with an umbrella.
That's it.
Yeah, and fine thing is that, like, what's the common thing between her and Shizumaru?
Yeah.
They're both characters that they use umbrellas and are both free.
God. Makes me wonder if they did that on purpose.
Yeah, so recently, like, they put, like, a trailer of her gameplay, and I got, like, moveset wise, she looks, interesting.
Yeah, it's not like anything mind blowing, but like for me, I was like, oh, it's actually a playstyle I could, like, potentially enjoy. But I'll have to see.
Yep. And yeah, definitely, like, and the weird thing is that, like, yeah, this was, like, shown out of nowhere.
Yeah. I'm just like, alright. Design's okay. Moveset seems pretty good. I'll mess with this. Thank God. It could have been much worse. It could have been, like, obscure and disappointing. So, it'd be like that. But, speaking of DLC for Sam's show, yesterday we just got done. We were initially going to record this podcast a bit earlier in the, I guess in the week. But I figured, no, the fighting game roundtable's happening. Let's wait till after that. So we're recording this a day after that just went down. Shout outs to Saki, by the way. She stayed up till, like, what, 5 in the morning?
5 in the morning, which is insane.
Like, just to watch, like, with us, because she's also, fighting game fan. But oh my god, I Jesus, that's rough. Granted, I've stayed up that late sometimes, but every single time I regret it. So yeah, this is pretty cool. This is like the first announcement. A lot of the announcements are pretty good. A lot of people were expecting like a ton. I kept my expectations relatively low, so I was just happy with anything. King of Fighters 15 would have been great, but spoilers, no King of Fighters 15 news here. They said that
Yeah,
it is
like
still in development, and they will announce something soon, but that's all we got.
yeah, like all we got is like from the director Oda-san, where uh they'll they'll probably like have something soon.
Yeah.
That's about it.
But yeah, going into this, so not a lot to talk about here. But I'll ask you what you would like to be included, I guess. Is that Samurai Shodown is actually getting a season pass 3, which I was not expecting whatsoever. I thought that they were gonna put all hands on deck for King of Fighters 15. So which would have been understandable. It had a good run, so I was like, I would have been content with just 2 seasons. But this is cool, unexpected for me. I definitely didn't see this coming. So I have not played any of the other Sam Show games, so I personally don't have a wish list, or I don't have any characters that I'd like to see. So I might as well ask you if you have any that you'd be curious about. I know Saki mentioned some last night.
Yeah, so again, like I was actually kind of shocked that we're getting like one more like season for Sam Show, because I thought like they were just gonna end it off with the free DLC character,
Yeah.
which which I thought like, it could have gone like the way where like SNK Hair was also like I think finished off like their with their like season their character DLC with the guest character.
Mm.
But I'm actually kind of glad that like they're not ending with guest characters this time.
Yeah, it'd be underwhelming for me personally.
Yeah, because again like there's like so many characters that could be like in here. So, but speaking of like of characters that I'm thinking about that could be good for season 3 is that obviously I'm putting on my cards for Cham Cham, who is the sister of Tam Tam.
Yeah, I remember seeing Max streaming. I think was it Sam Show 2. Which one is she from?
Sam Show 2.
Okay. Because yeah, I saw him playing that one, and I think he had like a matchup against her, which the AI in SNK is always just something else with those old games. But someone was literally explaining the lore of I think it was like the monkey or something that was like around there. I was like, what is going on with the lore in this series where apparently that's Tam Tam?
Yeah, so fun thing about that is that like a Sam Show 2, like Tam Tam actually got into a curse that turned him into a monkey.
Yeah, like what the hell?
And we just and that is why like why Cham Cham like if she has like a move where she can like tell the monkey to throw skulls, and that monkey that's throwing skulls was Tam Tam all along.
The plot twist, man.
Yeah, that it like the lore is like super weird in Sam Show.
It makes you wonder if she does get in, if she's actually gonna have the monkey.
You know what? I'm very. I want to know. What's gonna happen to the monkey.
Maybe the lore is she trained her own monkey after Tam Tam got released from the curse.
Well, I was gonna say like where we are like in current Sam Show. That's like way before like that happened.
Man,
because if I remember correctly, like yeah, Sam Show 2 is like last in the timeline, like after 3 and 4, because it goes like it goes like 5. Yeah, so 5, 1, 2019, 3, 4, and then 2.
Huh. Interesting.
It's weird. So anyway, like a Cham Cham, yeah. So yeah, she's like very similar to Tam. Like she's a jungle girl. Like she has like cat ears and everything, cat paws, and throws like a freaking boomerang, and can also like claw like Blanca.
Pretty much.
And,
I'd be down.
And one of her, yeah, she is very dope to play as, and very fun character too. And the other character else I'm hoping to see, I think many other people are hoping to, is to see Genon, so I can be like the biggest degenerate with this man right here. So Ganon, I can describe as, I think of it as like a green goblin, and his main weapon is Freddy Krueger's claws.
Man.
And the way he speaks, he just speaks in a very high pitched voice, which it can be very irritating, like during his victory scenes. I mean, during his victory pose, but you get what I mean. But literally, like, yeah. So Ganon, yeah, he's like a very infamous character, and that's like the only missing character from the Sam Show 1 cast that has yet to make it into Sam Show 2019. And I also like to joke about that, like Ganon's last name is Shiranui. And guess what's the last name? Freaking my Shiranui.
Pretty much.
And that is when Shiran did not sleep the same way ever again. Yeah, so what was the other one I would like to see? Maybe we might be able to see Kazuki and Sugetsu's sister be finally playable for once.
Yeah.
Because thanks to the recent like Samshu collection of Samshu 5 Perfect, there was like an ending where like they joked about her being a playable character after being like an NPC for a long time.
Man, that'd be something.
And then, yeah, and then the last one, I'll make this quick, is that I know many people like are also hoping. I know like Vex wants this character, same with Saki as well. Is I'm hoping we get Asura. And Asura, he is like this edgy looking character. He looks like, like ancient Japanese Vincent Valentine from FF7.
Yeah.
So yeah, and plus he has like this cool gimmick where like his weapons actually transform. So it can either be like a blade or a bow, or it can turn it into spears as well.
Oh man, that's gonna be a nightmare.
It's really fun.
Man.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, like, if you want to get a good idea like of how he is, like, dude, is that you gotta like check him out in Samshu 2 Pocket on your Switch.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the reason like I want to say like Oscar is that besides having like that playstyle and everything, is he's also a character who he had like the same charisma like what Shiki used to have, where he only appeared only in this particular Sam Show title and only in crossovers.
Yeah, then hopefully I break that curse. Shit.
Yeah, man, because literally the only way I can only play like Asura is either in Sam Show 2 Pocket or in Neo Geo Battle Coliseum.
Yeah. So we'll see. Either way, just looking forward to it. But I just hope they go for the designs that are actually good, because man, there are some weird ones in Sam Show from what I've seen. I couldn't tell you from which game, but there's some weird shit in there.
Hey, all you gotta do is just send me a pic, and I'll tell you where it's from.
That's the thing. I don't even know what to like look up. I just don't know their names. So I guess I'll have to look up the rosters or like when we go through like the collection or something.
I was gonna say, just like send me like a random ass picture.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you who.
I'll do it afterwards.
Yeah. So anyway, more fighting game news.
Yeah. Speaking of DLC, so this one was pretty cool too. I will say, out of the entire roundtable, the three companies that absolutely won were like SNK, Namco, and Arxis. Everyone else kind of had weak stuff. I'll be real.
I'll give a little credit to Araka as well.
Which one?
Araka Games, the Fexel boys.
Oh yeah. That one's weird because like there was like no trailer or anything. They just had like offhand, but like after the fact, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, in terms of like actually like showing like a trailer for another character, so Sam Show, or rather not Sam Show, sorry, Soul Calibur 6, actually
featuring
announced...
I was gonna say Soul Calibur 6 featuring Halmar from Sam Show.
Pretty much. They announced the third character in this is season 2, right? Yeah, season pass 2.
Yeah, season 2.
They announced Setsuka returning, which for those who played Soul Calibur 3, and I believe she showed up in 4. Those are the only two, I
Yeah,
think.
yeah, only 3 and 4. That's where she showed up.
But yeah, she had a trailer yesterday, and my god, I still can't get over how beautiful she looks.
Dude, like I'm amazed like they like overhaul like her look.
Umbrellas are in, like, right now.
Dude,
Jesus
umbrellas
Christ.
are the fashion. Like we got like the free DLC character like with the umbrella, and now this character with an umbrella too.
Man. But yeah, just really cool. Her playstyle seems fun. I couldn't tell you how accurate it is, so maybe you can, because I did not play a lot of Setsuka. I played her a little bit in 3, and I couldn't get like used to like the playstyle too much back then. But I don't know if like from the trailer, like her moveset seems pretty much unchanged or not.
To tell the truth, man, it's been like a long ass time since I messed with Setsuka in 3 and 4.
Yeah.
All I know is that like she wields like both an umbrella and a small blade.
Yep.
Actually, no, I mean like her katana. That's like within her like her umbrella.
Yeah.
But so far, yeah, like the way like she moves and everything, it definitely looks. It definitely like reminds me of Setsuka like back in the previous games, except she looks like she has like more. She's a lot more mobile this time around, like with her, like in this game.
Man. But yeah, overall good. I'm glad this is the second character I'll actually spend money on for Season Pass 2. Oh, the other one obviously being Hamaru, but
yeah,
the passes are so expensive, and I was like, I just gotta pick and choose on this.
Yeah, I'm glad like they gave us the option to like pay it separate, like per character.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm glad like I'm glad like Setsuka's in it, because I know like everyone like wanted Setsuka like to be back.
Yeah, and I saw a few other people on Twitter as well saying that they wanted Yunsung as well. So I was like, okay, good. I said it, but I didn't know like if other people actually wanted him, and I saw like on Twitter afterwards.
Dude, let me tell you, this is at like we're still on the debate of who's gonna come back next for the last spot, right? Because we're missing like the essential like Korean character like in the previous like games, right?
Yeah.
Where we're still on the ongoing debate where like are we gonna get either Youngsung or Hwang, who is the like the OG.
The thing is, how many are missing from Soul Calibur 1's roster?
I can tell you is that...
Is it more than one? Because I think isn't Yun the only missing character from Soul Calibur 2's roster? Because I don't really count like Berserker or like the reskin like assassin stuff. But I think like, he's literally the only one off memory.
No, I was gonna say like out of like the roster, I mean like the most requested one, right? The most requested one, right? Is that?
Oh no, I know. I just mean from the perspective of like, for Soul Calibur 2's roster, like if Yun was added, they'd have the whole roster there.
Yeah,
but I'm wondering if Soul Calibur 1 has any more missing.
Soul Calibur 1, that one is actually more weirder because there's like characters that are obviously absent. Because like I forget what was her name, but basically like for Hwang, he would actually would complete like the most popular characters in Soul Calibur 1.
Yeah.
And for Yoon, it would be the same thing where he would complete like the Soul Calibur 2 like gang right there.
So either or. Rip.
So pretty much like are we gonna get like the OG or Youngsung, like who is like the predecessor to Hwang?
I'm biased towards Young because I've been a Soul Calibur 2 boy all my life. That's the first one for me.
For me, like I'll take both, like no matter what.
Oh yeah,
I'm not gonna.
I'll still take both.
Yeah, but no matter what, that was like like I have a slight edge toward Yoon just because that man has like my favorite costume, Soul Calibur 2, where he has like ancient like Adidas Puma Nike shoes I ever seen, and it just looks so freaking cool, man. And the other cool part is that like they also inserted like movesets from Huang Rang from Tekken.
Yeah,
like, as part of his moveset, which made it more awesome.
Man,
like overall, he's just odd. Like he was like one of my favorite like male designs. Yeah. And sadly, they like butchered his look in 3 and 4.
Uh, I forget what even looks like in 3. I remember like 4
You look like a
just
bum ass
travesty.
pirate.
Oh Christ! I remember in 4 I was just like, man, what'd they do to my boy? Because I played Yoon quite a bit. He wasn't one of my mains, but he was definitely like up there as like a sub. But man, hate to see it.
Yeah.
So
Last
yeah.
thing I'll mention about last thing I'll mention about Yoon is that he is like the only male character I've seen that actually did the splits without freaking out.
True.
Literally every time, like I see him doing the splits, I'm like, how the hell do you not feel paid?
Yeah, I'm like, damn, video games. That's it. I could not imagine that in real life. But yeah,
So
still a
last,
cool DLC. They got one more left, so who
yeah.
knows?
Oh yeah. I will mention one thing is that we're getting like a balance update, which is pretty cool. Definitely let me know when they buff Grow once again. Because first reason, like every time I look at like Grow's like balance update, they always let the buff his ass up.
Man,
And
please
then,
don't. He's annoying enough as is.
bruh, they're gonna feed me to it.
Yo,
They're gonna
stop
feed me
feeding this
those good
man.
buffs.
Please,
So,
please buff Taki instead.
oh yeah, and also last thing is that like we're also getting a brand new stage for free as well, which
Yeah,
thank God.
this looks really good too. That's the thing. Whenever there's free stages, I expect it to be kind of but no, that one actually looks really good. So, I'm down for that.
Yeah.
But moving on really quick because we're getting close to the 4-hour mark.
Yeah.
So, last announcement from the roundtable that was pretty cool was Guilty Gear Strive launching in spring 2021, but also added PS5, which I kind of saw coming, but Steam as well, which is nice to see. Because I thought,
And also arcade version.
yeah, pretty much. I'm like, shocker, because I know Arx just always does it like that. But
Yeah.
it's good to see PC being announced so early, because I know usually people gotta wait a very long time for that to be announced. So good to see. But yeah, they along with that, obviously the 2 trailers that they announced were for Leo Whitefang, which I still think of that tweet where it's someone, I think it was like, getting like super hyped, but then Sage, I'm just screaming no, like the duality of the announcement on Twitter.
Yes, and dude, and the best part, like I left it like everyone was like tweeting at Max, being like, Max, they added you again.
Pretty much. He looks great though, like really good redesigner, like aging him up a bit, but still looking great.
Dude, they gave him like a haircut, which is amazing.
Man, he looking nice.
And yes, and so what's crazy is that like when we're watching like that trailer, right? After the trailer was done, right, we're gonna be like, okay, I was gonna say, all right, guys, we'll see you later, right? And then 10 seconds.
No, it said like the next one appeared 8 seconds. I was like, bro, what you mean?
Yes. I'm like, what do you mean 8 seconds?
Oh
and
my
then,
god.
lo and behold, the meme has ended. We finally got to see the brand new character for this game. And he, like, literally the black cyber samurai man, who actually now has a name. He is called Nago Ryuki.
Yep. Man. Just, it's about damn time. This was the first dude that was teased in the first announcement trailer. Oh my lord.
Literally, we were like, have you seen this man in every character trailer that we've seen?
But thank God. Yeah, he looks great. Honestly, I don't think we're gonna mess with Leo because this place was still a little bit too weird for me, but still good. It's just I couldn't get used to it.
Yeah. From what I can tell with Leo, right, is that he definitely looks very similar. He definitely looks like almost the character I can get away of doing barely any combos.
That's the thing. Like, I know it's like super good for people to like start learning. And
yes,
I still know all his stuff is like there. I still know his kit because as a jam player, this was, at least for me, and I think for a lot of others, it's one of the matchups that people couldn't stand. Because Leo just did more damage for less effort. Like, because Jam for a while just had such low damage. They're just like, this guy just wins the matchup. It's rough.
I mean, that's the style, man. He's just the Unga style.
I know, but I hate it. It's so wrong. Effort should be rewarded.
It feels so right.
Yeah, for whoever's playing Leo.
Oh, dude, and you know what? It doesn't help though. Like when is that I can't wait to get into like Manus Man again. But here's what obstacle you have to deal with. Besides me doing like barely anything for damage, is that the game just meant a command grab,
Yeah.
and people were grown, and people were like freaking, and were like just afraid, more being like, I can't believe what to deal with this like unga bunga bitch, and now they give him a command grab to make it more worse.
Christ. I'm like, please leave
Oh
this man alone. Don't give him anything
yeah,
else.
and then we saw like like the gameplay for Nago Ryuki, where I can tell you this that this dude looks like a Samurai Showdown Last Play character, gameplay wise.
Yeah. This guy looks like I'm gonna enjoy him. Like, out of the two, I'd sooner mess with this dude. Oh my god, he looks fun. It seems
Yeah,
like
I
he
was
has like
gonna
a
say,
weird gimmick too, of like the buffing up the sword almost.
yeah. So I actually did read in the description that like he's actually a vampire. So basically has like this blood stealing gimmick.
Yeah.
Because it seems like on certain moves where like he can like steal your blood in order to like buff his weapon. Where like like I said, like he just looks like a pretty much like he's like Blade from the Marvel movie Blade.
Yeah. Man. But yeah, overall just looks great, honestly. So I'm super down. I'm glad with both of these editions. They, even if I couldn't get into Leo much in like Revelator or like, play style wise, these two announcements do it for me way more than Ramlethal. Ramlethal was just like nothing for me. Personally. I just didn't care. But yeah, this shit, I'm all over this. These two are great additions to the roster. I'm down.
Yeah, same here. Like, especially like when we finally got to see gameplay of the new guy. Like, oh yeah, I also forgot to mention that like his aesthetic as well. He looks like someone out of from like Minigur Rising.
Yeah.
Like he's also very like Jetstream Sam with his like buff sword. Like he has like teleports.
He's
like,
got the heavy slash.
Dude, he's just a straight up just a Sam Show character.
Good lord. Like, just looks great. I'm super down for that. So
yeah, I'm also glad to know that like I will have like more characters to main besides Soul in this roster.
pretty much. That's the thing too. At least like now with these two, I'm at least comfortable with these additions where it's like, okay, I'll at least have two characters I can mess with, because the majority of this, actually no, I have Soul Chip and I have Nago Ryuki, so I'm like, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
Could be worse. But Jam, please come home.
Just wait till like a Jam comes way later in that season pass.
That's the thing. People are expecting like Jacko in October, and I'm like, I can see it, but man, I don't want to deal with Jacko again.
Yep, because Jakku is this mobile character.
Yep. But yeah, that's pretty much it for news. I know we're pretty much over the 4-minute or 4-hour mark. Oh my god.
Yeah.
But I'll be editing, so it should be reaching just about 4 minutes. Didn't think it was gonna go this long, but yeah, it'd be like that. A lot of rambles and stuff, but hey, it's only because it's a month's worth of news. In the future we'll try to trim it down a bit. But either way, I'm not gonna ramble anymore. I don't think we're gonna do another podcast recording at the end. Actually, I guess it is August 1, so I guess we could do another one by the end of this month, or if not, like early September.
Yeah, I'd say it is possible, for either end of this month or like early September.
Yeah, we'll see. It seems like a lot right now since I just put out the other one and now I'm doing this. I'm like, oh god, But yeah, it should be fine. So I guess there's like nothing else I'd really bring up. Yeah. I mean,
you know what? I just realized something I forgot to mention.
Yeah, what's up?
I forgot to mention that like Nocturne HD has voice acting.
Oh, yeah. That was like a really cool thing where it's getting English dub for the first time, which is really cool.
Yeah, which I'm surprised, especially how the game had like lip sync, but never had voice acting like in the original versions.
Oh, that's really strange. I don't think I've ever heard of a weird issue, or not really issue, but just like a weird amount of effort for that. Huh.
Yeah, it's weird, but hey, I mean, like hopefully the dub is great, and hoping Matthew Mercer comes back as Raito because he actually voiced Raito in Devil Summoner Soul Hackers.
Yeah. Man. We'll see. But yeah, that's gonna do it for me, guys. So as always, you can find me on Twitter, at VFX Mario, and you already know the YouTube channel you're watching it on, and VFX Mario on Twitch as well. I'm gonna be continuing Future Connected for the next few days. Well, actually, no. That's let me not do that because it's like Future Connected will be done either not tonight, but probably tomorrow. It's a pretty short game, so by the time you watch this, I'll either be messing with fighting games with Soul on stream, or I'll be starting up Trails to Azure because we got that set up on PC. So either one of those, you can catch me, and I'll be starting that up by the time you watch this episode. Because yeah, I predict Future Connected will be done like relatively soon, very soon. So yeah, that's pretty much gonna be it from me. But Soul, where can they find you at, man? Got any like future future plans?
Alright, so you can obviously find me on Twitter at Fatal Bracer Soul. You also can do like a lot of like retweets, talk about some stuff here and there, and maybe post some dumb shit, and then maybe like once in a blue moon, like when the universe connects, you can also find like my Twitch channel at twitch.tv/FreedomBracerSoul whenever I feel like streaming. And in case we don't see me streaming, you can always find me on this man's Twitch.
Yeah.
Whenever like he streams.
He'll always be backseating or posting some weird memes. Who knows? I'm kidding.
Random fact, just in case I do a quiz for this, is I actually once dressed up as a backseater for Halloween.
Pretty much. I mean, I joke about it now, but listen, if I ever do SMT, I'll be like, please backseat. Because I don't, man, that's gonna be rough.
I was gonna say, like, you better make sure you have me a mic for that backseating, because I ain't gonna write all that shit.
I'll definitely have a guide, that's for sure. But yeah, either way, we're gonna head out. So, as always, you guys have a good rest of your day, whether it be nighttime or daytime. Y'all have a good one. We'll see you on the next one, and take care. Later, dudes.
Later, everyone, and remember to always be good to yourself.